I'm back. I'm president. Shipped his ass out of gear. I love it. I'm sorry. I was sitting here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David. No, late. But speaking about spirit and stuff, I went out to check the stars and got led out down the path. Had not intended on going down to the clearing where I'm clearing. It's not the clearing. I'm clearing up a spot where the sweat lodge used to be, and where I want to put it back. And it's overgrown in trees and stuff. So I just went out to walk the dog and give myself a relief. And it's a short walk, but the moon's out enough. And so Spirit was doing this little test with me. Speaking of which, right, from the last video, greetings and blessings to everybody. I do greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray all the time that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And I'm in the middle of eating my peanut butter with honey, and it's honey peanut butter too, but I squirt a little honey on there, and helps it spreads easier. Put the honey on, then peanut butter, and the peanut butter doesn't catch on the bread. And then I've gotten into this kick where somebody gave me a jar of orange marmalade. And I've always liked marmalade, and I'm certain jellies, but I go through these kicks where for almost a month it was like I went through different kinds of sausages, andouille, different kinds, and anyway. Now I'm back to basics. Peanut butter marmalade. The interesting thing about when I walked outside, I don't take a light or anything like that. Unless I'm going down in the woods. It was like got drawn down there, and it was like you were just talking about trusting in the spirit. And I've cleaned out the trail down there to the sweat lodge. And it was like, okay, let's see how much you trust. All right. So without a flashlight or anything, and it's not real bright, but you trust in your judgment that I've been down there before. You trust in your feet. And I walked all the way down there and turned around, looked up at the sky, and saw it from nighttime down there because I'd forgotten what it looked like. And it was just a little stroll to clear my head, come back here to pull some cards. And it was like, so I went all the way down there. There are certain places where it's easy to stumble because there are some muscadine vines across the path. And I've been kind of issuing whether or not to cut the vines. But I made it all the way down there, down around the thing, only kind of sort of tripped once on a vine. And it's not about using my eyes, it's about using my perception of what's around me. I could see the ground, but not any sticks or anything, I could see, by looking up at the trees, you always, if you're lost, and you always look for the tallest tree, around and focus on it and move towards it anyway. So I'm looking up through the canopy and seeing the sky, and, made it down there and back. Only slightly tripped once, and that was my fault because I got into it, and down there and back to get my hedge clippers just to clear my head. Hey guys, elderberry, bat tool. Julianne, how are you? All mossy man back in the thing. So, but anyway, Let me eat my last bite of. Since this is part 2, so as my conversation with Spirit when I walked down there, and I thought, well, I'm only going to be here a minute, and I was, but I was actually 10 minutes late or so. But Duggar needed something else, and I needed to make my sandwich. And so, but here I am, got the cards, kind of been sort of playing. Yeah, Julie, your friend's here. Yeah, enjoy with the show. Yep, I got the cards today, so that tool, ow. So, but anyway, the walking down there, not that I needed proof, but it was follow your spirit, take that short little walk down there and back. But I don't have my light on. That's okay. Well, I don't have my other shoes on. That's okay. But oh, just walk down there and walk back. So it was trusting in the fact that, I have been clearing it out, but it's sort of like being on the river. It's like, you've been down there before, you kind of seen it, you've been in the woods, so you allow yourself to see what's around you. So I almost, there's some vines that are growing across the trail, and I have to keep them clipped because they'll poke you in the eye. You don't see them at night, right? And I missed one. I was like, and it reached up and grabbed it, and I was like, nah, that's one, and I snapped it off. But it was just to clear my head and to get the kinks out of my back because I've been sitting in this chair for the last 2 hours, and and fill myself with the spirit, if you will. And talking about special places and feelings, this is left over from the other video, but bringing it into this one just for the hell of it, for something to talk about at the beginning. Hey, Teresa, what's up? Doug? But so the idea, though, that, does where the, I can see the covering, sweat lodge, where the sweat lodge used to be, the hole's still there and the rocks are there. So why not rebuild it? So I've been kind of wondering whether or not I should actually rebuild it there, whether or not there's not necessarily any bad energies that were done down there, because all the prayers and everything that we did at that sweat lodge was to release anything bad and to put good into the, and to cleanse us of anything, that may be attached to us, kind of thing, and keep us, fresh and clean and all that good stuff. But anyway, so then walking down there tonight, it was sort of a test of, well, so how does this area feel? And I was like, well, it's out of the way. It's down here. It's kind of sort of private in its own little way. Well, it doesn't really feel bad. But for tonight, I was like, but over the years, we've had fires and things and bonfires and stuff in that general area. So I was like, I was wondering whether or not I was being drawn down there because of all the years that, we used to have huge bonfires, 15, 20 people easy. And, we've had bonfires for just about anything, 4th of July, or, we've had several New Year's Eve parties out here at my house, and with the hot tub and everything, and the bonfires in the woods. And we all were tripping our ass off. And it was one year, it was January 1st, and I don't know, back in the 80s or 90s or something in there. That was, must have been the 80s. But we were all tripping on acid or mushrooms or something. And it was one of them, once in a blue moon deals. It was a full moon on the night of anyway. So we all walked down to the river. I don't know, about 8 or 9 or 10. I don't know. There was quite a few of us without any flashlights, without anything. And I had trails, and it wasn't built up like it was back then. We walked all the way down to the river and back. Not one flashlight. Nobody ran into anything. We all stayed behind each other, and we were all tripping our wackos off. It was a strange event. But at the same time, nobody got hurt, nobody fell in, and we all made it back to the house. When we made it back to the house, we all looked at each other and went, "Do you believe we just went down there and back without a flashlight?" Now, it was a full moon, but that's not the point. That nobody, and I got flashlights, it's like, but no, we just took off. So, just for the spirit of things, so there are times when whole groups of people have been, wanted to take a walk down to the river. And down where we walked, I also is where I consecrated the place, where we've had, ceremonies down there in a certain spot. It's right now it's filled with a bunch of trees that have fell down. It's going to make nice firewood for doing ceremonies or just hanging out. I got a lot. I could build a small log cabin with all the trees that are down. I am not joking. But anyway, I don't have the time nor the strength, and down there, I wouldn't be able to bring the wood up here anywhere. But, I have considered, wouldn't it be nice to have some kind of little structure? I got a structure down there that's already built. It's 6 foot off the ground. And I've been out there when I had to get in the canoe to get into the hut. There was only like maybe 2 or 3 feet from the floor of the hut to the river, and nothing but water from for a quarter mile either way. Anyway, everything was underwater, and it's a real rush to spend the night, have the water there, and to wake up and there's no land, there's nothing but water everywhere that you see, all around you. It's on stilts. So sit out there and look out all directions and just go, wow. The bench is underwater, and there are certain chairs and things that we tied down, and certain things floated away, had to go get them downstream. Some of them never came back, but the feeling of the spirit and how crazy, I'm going to go down there in the middle of a flood and see what it's like. That's kind of stupid, because if anything had happened to me, I'd have been drowned and downstream. They wouldn't have found my body for shit. But old dumbass me, and I've done it several times. So I can't get to it right now, but that's one thing I need to work on too, is getting a trail down there. I got 2 chainsaws. If I could get them down there, in about 2 hours time, I could have them cut up, and at least so that I could have the trails more open and you could walk through. So, but anyway, now to the cards. I'm just bullshitting. I'm letting my peanut butter sandwich get in me and see if there's anybody out there. I see I slept through the first show. Yeah. I just sent a song. Cool. Sing a song of sixpence a pocket full of rye. Hawkeye needs helpers. What kind? I got all kinds of weird little helpers have been around me here lately. Don't know what to say about that, except wow. Now, is anybody just in talk? I'm shuffling cards. Throw your hand up if you want one. Elderberry, I would like. There you go. Okay, Elderberry. All right, so let me close my eyes a second. You give me 30 seconds and raise your hand in the. This is for Elderberry. That card right there. Okay. Woo! You're going to love this one, Elderberry. Wait, that wasn't the one. Interesting. Okay. So this first card is for elderberry. All right. And then Doug wants one. That's it too. Mossy Man. I volunteered Sissy for a card. All right. Yeah, guys. Thanks for all hanging out. But anyway, so here's the first one out of here is the skunk. Oh my goodness gracious me. The skunk upside down. And it was like here's this one. Michelle wants one. Okay. Number 7. Interesting number 7. So the cards have spoke to me tonight. Hey, I did go out though and put my arms up and said thank you to the. Oh, it's okay, bossy man. I understand. See, with y'all, if somebody's in caps, it doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. There are times when you hit the wrong thing. I can't do cell phones and stuff. So but in all of that, I'm sorry, I'm just being lazy. We're hanging out. I've been rolling my own cigarettes now for about almost 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks or more since I've been to the store. And, I'm out of milk, I'm out of this, I'm out of a few things. I had hot dogs that, so when Duggar wants a treat, which he's been wanting one tonight, I'm out of hot dogs. So, I feed him. It's okay, Teresa. That's my point. I understand if y'all get in caps. It's not because y'all are being rude. I get it. There's just stuff that happens. But anyway, so elderberry, something did rub me the wrong way today. Skunk's perfect. Well, we'll see. But skunk is reputation. How about that? It's not about stinking up the place, but it is. we can we can create a stink, a ruckus, but skunk is known for its reputation. They see it coming and go, sorry, Mr. Skunk. But I know people who skunks as pets. We tried that way back in the early 70s, and somebody got their skunk, we found 2 babies on the road kind of thing, and he kept them and had them de-skunked, and they still had that. They're like ferrets. They have a musky scent. A lot of animals have a musky scent, but anyway. So I'm looking for my other set of glasses because this print's just a little still bit too small. Now, I'll tell you what, this Gorilla Glue did not fix this pair of glasses. Twice it didn't fix them. Oh, that's better. Skunk, tell me the story so I will know it well of how to attract and how to repel. He barks at that moment. Sound effects, live and in color. Skunk medicine. Go ahead and laugh. This little furry animal has a reputation that contains a great deal of power due to its distinctive behavior. Humans give this tiny little smelly creature a wide berth. The key word here is respect. Elmer's Fix All Glue. Oh, Fix All Glue. Yeah, I've tried that, but it's this plastic. It doesn't want to, it doesn't want to stick to the plastic. I'll try that. I got some Elmer somewhere. Under other predatory animals, the skunk does not threaten your life, but threatens your senses. Interesting. I've been talking about senses. You know this to be true if you have ever been in the vicinity of its prey. In observing the habit patterns of skunk, it is easy to notice the playfulness and the nonchalance of its natural behavior. And that's very true. They just doop, doop, doop. I dare you attitude of this 4-legged creature commands you as the observer Interesting. The observer is very important. To respect its space by mere reputation alone. It's your awareness, skunk, respect. Skunk is teaching you that by walking your talk and by respecting yourself, you will create a position of strength and honored reputation. The carriage of your body relates to others what you believe about yourself. There is no need to bully. That's very true. Aggravate, torment, or overpower other beings when your self of when your sense of self is intact. Now, this kind of relates to what I was talking about in the last video. But when we understand who we are, when our sense of self is intact, that commands respect in itself. As with skunk, the resonant field, here we go with resonance and sound vibrations, okay? The resonant field of energy around your body is relayed through the senses. Okay, so that's what I was talking about in the previous video, and that when I go down in the woods, I just allow my senses to expand so I don't run into a bush or get stuck in the eye or whatever, And that's sort of my little test this evening before I started this program, was walking down in the woods without any lights or anything and coming back and not running into anything. And there's lots of stuff to run into, okay? Skunk is teaching you that by walking your talk and by respecting yourself, you create a position of strength and honored reputation. The carriage of your body relates to others what you believe about yourself. The skunk is nonchalant but very aware. There is no need to bully, aggravate, torment, or overpower other beings when your sense of self is intact. As with skunk, the resonant field of energy around your body is relayed through the senses. Self-esteem permeates the body's energy. Self-esteem permeates the body's energy and is instantly recognized on an extrasensory level by others. Give me a minute, Mossy Man, and I'll read you one. Skunk medicine people have the ability to attract others, and they are very charismatic. At the same time, the other side of their natural power is to repel those who seek to take energy from them without recycling the gifts they have taken. Skunk medicine people also know how to use their energy that flows, that will attract those lovers that they need. And skunk medicine is good to learn how to handle energy flows. Modern psychologists call this body language. In tribal teaching, this is your personal medicine, which you are showing to others. Use your medicine well and know that you are known by your reputation. How you use your energy will attract either honor or disgrace. You may want to examine what energy you are putting out that creates your present situation. If you have chosen a symbol, you are being asked to notice the kinds of people who are attracted to you. If they emulate favorable characteristics, have enough self-esteem to recognize those characteristics within yourself. Walk tall and be proud of the accomplishments you have made. Bear in mind that what you believe about yourself is the ultimate protection. Project self-respect. Okay, all right. So, Mossy Man, I got another 2 minutes here. Skunk medicine, because it was upside down, skunk medicine operating through the contrary or reversed indicates that your self-esteem may seem to others as if you are putting on airs. Observe whether or not you are repelling others in your vicinity because of envy, jealousy, or a projection of their low esteem. Examine your feelings. Be truthful with yourself. Write the situation by assuming the attitude of skunk, nonchalance. In assuming nonchalance, you are neutralizing the effect of leaking energy. In leaking vital energy, you may be stinking up your environment. This is similar to dumping all your woes on anyone who will listen. If you are doing this, let it be time to shut your mouth and go within. You may also be leaking sexual energy and repulsing the object of your interest. That person may be too shy to tell you. To balance the causes and effects of your actions and energy flows, you must decide whether or not you need to spray in the direction of others to to repel their envy, greed, jealousy, or over amorous tendencies, or whatever else may be. On the other hand, you need to always maintain your right to be. Self respect is the key to all of those situations, whereas ego is merely what you believe yourself to be. Skunk says, if your ego is not your amigo, it stinks. Okay, Mossy Man. Um, okay, Mossy Man, you still want a card? So close your eyes and raise your hand. 30 seconds of pick me a card, Hawkeye. They wanted shuffled, turned. I'm shuffling again and turning. So, alrighty then. Okay, coming up. Mossy Man's got his hand up. All right, nothing on this end of the deck. Okay, that part of the deck's. I went through half of the bottom deck, nothing. Now I get to this card. Sometimes the cards are close together, and it's like opossum upside down. And the other one that I wasn't sure of was crow. They're saying it's the possum though, and somehow crow is attached to it. Interesting. I think crow is the keeper of the knowledge, if I'm not mistaken. Opossum. Number 23. That's a 5 if you're adding stuff. 23. Interesting critters tonight. I mean, skunk. Now, opossum, you'd think, oh, well, there's eagle and bear, and yeah, okay. But, then there are the rest of the animals. Opossum, a diversion. Possum roll over. Are you really dead? Or just playing possum? Was it something I said? Opossums, wait, let me get a drink. A little bit of cotton mouth. Opossum's greatest form of protection is to play dead. In doing this, the opossum confuses many a predator into believing that the game is over. Oftentimes, the confused rival walks away or looks the other direction for a moment, and possum runs to safety. Possum medicine uses a great deal of strategy. If all else fails, possum plays dead. It has the ability to fight with its claws and teeth, but it rarely uses this form of protection. Instead, the supreme strategy of diversion here is key, is constantly employed when things get a little too hard to handle. Possum has developed an act that would receive an Academy Award in the animal kingdom. The musk of the dead scent is excreted at will, adding to the master play that sends enemies on many trails of confusion. If possum is turned up in your cards, you are being asked to use strategy in some present situation. Now, this is upside down, but we're going to read this. Rely on your instincts. We talked about that, ain't it? Instincts for the best way out of a tight corner. If you have to pretend to be apathetic or unafraid, then do it. Oftentimes, if you refuse to struggle or to show that hurtful words bother you, your taunter will see no further fun in the game. That's why ignore the bad ones, right? Warriors have used possum medicine for centuries, playing dead when the enemy nears and outnumbers them. Then, in a flash, when the enemy is least expecting it, the war cry is heard. The victory is sweet when the strategy is one of mental as well as physical prowess. Possum may be relying to you, Possum may be relaying to you that you are to expect the unexpected and be clever in achieving your victory. This could be a victory over a bothersome salesman or a nosy neighbor. In essence, Possum is beckoning you to use your brain. To use your brain, your sense of drama and surprise, to leap over some barrier to your progress. Now, it is upside down. Possum may be warning you against getting caught in the high drama of your life's present scenario. Close your eyes and dramatize may keep you from seeing the truth of a situation. You may buy into melodrama in yourself or with others. You might as well play dead if you are justifying what you are doing with a tragic victim routine. Man, I played possum way back. Oh boy. If this concept does not apply to your situation, take a look at the possibilities that you may have recently been giving excuses for why you don't want to do something instead of telling the truth. In fearing to hurt someone's feelings, you may have trapped yourself in a justification pattern. Now that's interesting, a justification pattern. I'm too sick, I'm too poor, I'm watching my weight, I'm too short, tall, sad, busy, tired, etc. My excuse is I'm getting too old. In having to defend yourself with excuses, you may have lost the point. You don't have to defend your right to be. You don't have to defend your right to be. The exercise is in learning to politely say that something would not be appropriate for you at this time. That's all. You owe no one an excuse. And that's true. Or, excuse. Learn to imitate possum and play dead in the sense that the best strategy is no defense. In assuming the viewpoint of no defense, you have chosen the right to be who and what you are with no games involved. The proper use of diversion is to know when you do not need to use diversion at all. I got to read that again. The proper use of diversion is to know when you do not need to use diversion at all. You owe no one excuse for how you feel or what you choose to experience. That's Masi. So let me take off one pair of glasses. Yeah, Elderberry, you're right. Comes to life when your son was out there. Yeah, they're crazy that way. Back in New Zealand, they're quarter past. So we used to go hunt once a month with the boys. Yeah, they're, and back in the day, I remember, when I first moved to South Georgia, people were still shooting, hunting raccoons and possums. And I was, well, there were white families too, but there was this black family. And we worked on the line in this mill, carpet backing. And we're in there, and the extrusion line has different ovens on it. And so you take your, whatever you had and wrap it in aluminum foil and put it on top of one of these extruder ovens. And you'd say, well, it's 11:30 and lunch is at 12. So about 11:30ish, you'd put your plate on top of the thing. And sure enough, in half an hour, it would heat up your lunch, right? So we were sharing stuff, and this gentleman, nice young, well, I don't know, he was older than me. I was like 23 or 4 or something. But anyway, not much older. He goes, hey man, what you got? And I said, I got me some fried chicken here and some little bit of garden peas and whatever. His man, you want to try some possum? And I was like, oh, come on. It was like, no, he had fried possum there and with some greens and he was like, oh, I'll trade you some of that for some of this. And I was like, well, okay. And I was like, no, maybe it's how they cooked it, not possum. So, but same guy, a couple of weeks later, is like, hey, I got some raccoon here. You ever had any coon? No racial jokes. It's a black guy. And I said, no, I have never tried. He goes, man, this is better than that, than them possums. I was like, what the hell, right? People used to live on them things back in the day. And so, I guess if I got hungry enough, I could possibly do the same. So, and possibly an armadillo, which is, some folks call a possum on a half shell. But anyway, and let me tell you, armadillos stink when you up close and underneath them. Ooh, one smelly critter. And be careful if you do get one that where you cut them scent glands. It will taint that meat and you can't get that taste out of it. And if you're really hungry, you're going to eat it anyway. It's going to taste like shit. Actually, it's going to taste like pee and crap mixed together. Anyway, because when you clean them, if you cut that sack, you kind of get that and it'll get on the meat. Oh, it's horrible. But anyway, but if you're hungry, you'll eat it. So anyway, this other card, and they're telling me it's crow. And they want us to know about crow tonight. And now, Mossy Man, I'm not sure if this is and get this. Now, this is interesting because possum is number 23 in the book, and I pulled crow, which was right next to it, and I shuffled them good, did the split in half and brrr kind of thing. And it's number 24, which is the next critter in the book. So, crow, are you cawing so I may know the secrets of balance within my soul? Or are you sending your sacred caw just to remind me of universal law? Crow is law. There is a medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with her own shadow. She kept looking at it, scratching at it, pecking at it, until her shadow woke up and became alive. And then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is dead crow now. Dead crow is the left-handed guardian. If you look deeply into Crow's eye, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. And I just got to say here, the last couple of days, in flashes of memory, dreams, or something, Crow showed up several times. And now it kind of threw its card out here as not necessarily for Mossy Man. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, here we go. Since Crow is the keeper of sacred law, Crow can bend the laws of the physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. Few adepts exist in today's world, and fewer still have mastered Crow's art of shapeshifting. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time consciously, taking on another form and becoming the fly on the wall to observe what is happening far away. This card might be for me, okay? Europeans that came to Turtle Island were named the boat people by Slow Turtle. Even with the knowledge of alchemy possessed by certain boat people, none had ever seen the powerful shape-shifting of shamans who utilized crow medicine. Many boat people were frightened by what appeared to be animals coming into their camps or dwellings to discern their medicine. Crow medicine people are masters of illusion. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. Creator's Book of Laws or Book of Seals is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Ogala, or ancient records. The sacred law belts or wampum belts beaded by native women long before the Bolt people or Europeans came to this continent contain knowledge of Great Spirit's laws. Wow, this is a long one. The law states that all things are born of women is signified by crow. This might relate back to the last video I did about, the goddess, the she, the mother, all things are born of women is signified by crow. I'm telling you, crows showed up for me a lot this last couple of days. Children are taught to behave according to the rules of a particular culture. Most Orthodox religions create systems that mandate concerning acceptable behavior within the context of worldly affairs. Do this and so, and you will go to heaven. Do this and so, and you will go to hell. Different formulas for salvation are demanded by each true faith. Now, that goes back to my last video, actually, in that, there's everybody that's selling something when all you got to do is believe that it's around you, it's right here all the time. You don't need a religion to understand it. There's nothing to worship. Different formulas for salvation are demanded by each, quote, true faith, unquote. Human law is not the same as sacred law. More so than any other medicine, Crow sees that the physical world and even the spiritual world, as humanity interprets them, are illusions. There are billions of worlds. There are an infinite number of creatures. Great Spirit is within all things. If an individual obeys Crow's perfect law as given by the Creator, then at death he or she dies a good medicine death. If an individual obeys Crow's perfect law, which is the law of one, then at death he or she dies a good medicine death, going on to the next incarnation with a clear memory of his or her past. Now, I would love, if I'm going to come back down here to this place, to be able to remember what I learned this time around. So, that would be interesting because there are things that I remember of previous lives. But if this is true, which most of us, on this spirit journey understand, that, I would love to remember this life when I get to the next, Crow is an omen of change. Crow lives in the void and has no sense of time. I've kind of felt that the last few days. The ancient chiefs tell us that Crow sees simultaneously the three fates, past, present, and future. Crow merges light and darkness, seeing both inner and outer reality. If Crow medicine appears in your spread, you must pause and reflect on how you see the laws of the Great Spirit in relation to the laws of humanity, man-made laws. Crow medicine signifies a first-hand knowledge of a higher order of right and wrong than indicated by the laws created in human culture. With Crow medicine, you speak in a powerful voice when addressing issues that for you seem to be out of harmony, out of balance, out of whack, or unjust. Remember that Crow looks at the world first with one eye and then the other cross-eyed. In the Mayan culture, cross-eyed had the privilege and the duty of looking into the future. You must put aside your fear of being a voice in the wilderness and call the shots as you see them. As you allow your personal integrity to be your guide, your sense of feeling alone will vanish. I've talked about the aloneness part. Your personal will can then emerge so that you will stand in your truth. The prime path of true Crow people says to be mindful of your opinions and actions. Be willing to walk your talk, speak your truth, Know your life's mission and balance past, present, and future in the now. Shape shift that old reality and become your future self. Allow the bending of physical laws to aid in the creating of the shape shifted world of peace. So, this card is for me, but it is for all of you, okay? Not just Mossy Man, but it was attached. Anyway, interesting. Um, I am Crow. Yeah, I've seen a lot of Crow here these last couple of days, dream wise and otherwise. So that's just interesting. But the message of Crow to me, is that, the laws of creation, the one law, to do no harm, it covers everything. I've been down the list and across and around and back. Okay, who's next? Raise your hand. Doug, is that you? You've been keeping track? The only reason I want to know who's next is so that I can, like, let the cards. Um, me. Yes, Elder Barry Crow has come to many times, but the if you listen to the beginning of this one about and the last video we came out of, I've been having these really strange. And for me, when I say it's strange, it's strange. Okay, it's oddball. So for me, all right. So Doug's next. Okay. Um, See, the don't back down from evil bully, Mossy Man. That's the skunk card. Or was it possum? Possum. Anyway, um, Doug's turn. All right. Okay, Doug. 30 seconds. Close your eyes. Let me I've shuffled the cards. They say that part's good. Hmm. Antelope. Antelope. And it's up. I can't remember the last time I think I've read Antelope. Antelope, number 37. Interesting. Skunk was yours, Elderberry? Okay. As someone said in a previous card drawing thingy, um, that in all of these cards, there seems to be a message for um, for all of us. There's a line about something that's, but anyway, Antelope, number 37. And this is you, right, Doug? Number 37. There are times when I get into these, how do I explain it? Psychic. I look crazy with the hat. That was just for fun. Now it's being annoying. Now it's being annoying. Anyway, I'm going to roll me a smoke if you don't mind and look over this Antelope, number 37. And it is action. Action is its thingy. So run, Antelope. Run, Antelope. Teach me of action and its pace. Quickly, quickly, so that I may run with grace. Action, the antelope, number 37. When time was just beginning and the tribe of man was small, Antelope saw that the two-leggeds were naked, hungry, and in danger of extinction. The ancestors would soon vanish from Mother Earth if action were not taken. Antelope took action and came into the camp, calling all the two-leggeds together for a council. Great Mystery sent me to teach you a lesson. The lesson is to do. You have no need to be fearful if you know what to do and then you do it, Antelope said. And what shall we do? Asked the people. If you are naked and cold, you should kill me and take my coat to keep you warm. It is my gift to you. Do it. We will, said the people, but what of our hunger? We are starving. What can we do to save ourselves? Antelope knew that humankind would survive the Ice Age. Interesting about Ice Age. Would survive the Ice Age if the people learned to eat meat. Before the movement of the great ice mountains, fruit and vegetables have been plentiful, and the two-leggeds had no need to eat of the bodies of their fellow creatures. The clans of the second world ate the antelope. The clans of the second world ate antelope. Taking the instinct and wisdom of the four-leggeds into their bodies, the people learned through each other's creature's essence how to survive. They were taught never to waste or to take more than they needed. When they were in need, the two-leggeds knew when to take action. Humans learned Antelope's lesson well. Because of Antelope, humans took proper action and survived to this day. Of course, they've taken the idea of antelope a little crazy with, caged in animals, but, there's the respect has been taken out of the critters. You know what I mean? They just do it and there's no respect. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. Flip the page. Antelope taught humans to honor the gifts sent from Great Mystery and to avoid indiscriminate destruction of life. Antelope signifies knowledgeable action. Antelope is a symbol for the antenna of your hair, which attaches you to the Great Mystery. Maybe that's why I haven't cut my hair yet. By its long cords of light, looking at antelope, you become aware of your mortality and the short lifespan you have on this planet. With this in mind, you must act accordingly. Proper action pleases the Great Mystery. I know in my other video just before this one, I said, what is necessary? We don't have to worship. We don't have to adore. Proper knowledge of, let's see, you become aware of your mortality and the short lifetime on this planet. With this in mind, you must act accordingly. Proper action pleases the Great Mystery. So just doing the right thing that's your prayer. If you live a good life, you're, and not by man's laws, but by, Crow's law, which is, do no harm. But there are the do no harms, and then there's the antelope, which is given us, if you're really hungry, it might be possum, but it might show up in the front yard saying, here I am, let's have dinner. God, I hope not, Antelope powers, wait a minute. Knowing of death, antelope can truly live. Antelope medicine is in the knowledge of life's circle. Knowing of death, antelope can truly live. Action is the key and essence of living. Action is the key and essence of living. Antelope powers have been courted and shamanized since the dawn of time. Antelope clans have been many, and the power of antelope people is great. Antelope medicine gives you strength of mind and the heart, and the ability to take quick and decisive action to get things accomplished. If you feel stymied, call on antelope medicine. If you're stymied, call on antelope. If you are balled up and twisted in knots, antelope powers will speak to you of proper action and soon set you free. Many ingenious solutions to problems are whispered by antelope. Listen, and even more importantly, act. If an antelope's in danger, what does it do? Boing, it's gone. Surround yourself with the illumination and secret knowledge of antelope. Combine this with your action, and you will overcome any obstacle or hindrance in your path. If antelope is in your gathering tree in strong personal medicine, thank the Great Spirit. Say what should be said. Your judgment is sound, and your actions will be successful. In other words, if you are honorable to the universe and in what you do, your actions will be successful. Always listen to what antelope has to say to you. Antelope in your cards indicates a message of higher purpose. Antelope arms you with the bow of authority and forces you to act on behalf of self, family, clan, nation, and finally, Mother Earth. Antelope says, do it now, don't wait any longer. Antelope, Antelope knows the way, and so do you. Take courage and leap. Your sense of timing is perfect. When antelope is bounded into your cards, the time is now. The power is you. Antelope. So, Tamara, uh, Travis, it, so that Antelope hit you. Hey, good one. All right. So, Doug, you're the keeper of the cards in line. So, um, antelope medicine, the acting and timing, I sometimes think I'm a turtle. Not necessarily a possum or, but in that, as I get older, Cherokee and Blackfoot. I forgot that, David Castle. Tomorrow, purple sweetgrass. Hi, I'm Fish Clan Sturgeon. Tomorrow, East Coast, West Coast. Sturgeon. Is that they got salmon in the West, but sturgeon's up in the Northeast? Okay. I'm sorry, Doug. You were Michelle, Jody, Guys, and David Castle. Okay. I'm a Ojibwe born in Thunder Bay. Ah, yeah. I've met some folks over the years from Ojibwe at certain powwows over the years. Nice folk. The legend lives on from the Chippewa on down on the big lake they call Michigumi. I'm sorry. Now I got it. Now I got Gordon Lightfoot in my head. I'm sorry. Okay, Michelle. You got to hush up for a minute, close your eyes, and raise your hand. Okay. I got to reshuffle the cards. The lake, it is said, never gives up its dead. When the gales of November come early. Okay, Michelle. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're sure. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. This way or this way? This way. Okay. They had me turn the deck. I gotta say, Michelle, this is a really strange. Wow. That's the first. I mean, that's a first. Nothing's sticking out. What card is this one right here? Swan. That was a hard one to find. Sturgeon is the first fish under turtle. I found actually I was learning my language and found out I speak Ojibwe, but I'm Ojibwe. Interesting. I live in Windsor. I've been to Windsor. Yeah, I've been to Windsor several times to the Ford engine plant there. Yeah, I've been through there several times. It's more flat than I realized. Doug, it was Teresa's card. I thought it was Michelle's. Is that why I had trouble finding it? Doug, straighten me out, man. Okay, it is Michelle. All right, number 39. I thought it was. Swan is Grace. And the interesting thing is, I go through the cards. Some of the cards, when I'm doing them, they're like dead. They're like, no, throw these away. And it ain't in here. Nah, and then my fingertips will get like a signal. It's an energy. It's harder than any of the other cards, right? And sometimes there are two cards together and they're like, not quite sure. But in this one, all the cards were, I got to say, Michelle, they were soft. As I went through the cards, it was a feathering effect. Feathering effect. And now it ends up swan. Just saying. From my perspective of drawing a card, that was one of the strangest feelings I've ever had. So, but anyway, swan, the power of woman entering sacred space, touching future yet to come, bringing eternal grace. You're next, right, right, Teresa, or somebody else? But anyway, let me read this. Little Swan flew through the dream time, looking for the future. She rested for a moment on the coolness of the pond, looking for a way to find the entry point to the future. This was a moment of confusion for Swan, as she knew that she had happened into the dream time by accident. This was her first flight alone, and she was a bit concerned by the dream time landscape. For some reason, you need to really pay attention to this, Michelle. They're telling me. As Swan looked high above Sacred Mountain, she saw the biggest swirling black hole she had ever seen. Dragonfly came flying by, and Swan stopped to ask him about the black hole. Dragonfly said, Swan, that is the doorway to the other planes of imagination. I have been guardian of the illusion for many, many, many moons. If you want to enter there, you would have to ask permission and earn the right. Swan was not sure that she wanted to enter the black hole. She asked Dragonfly what was necessary for her to earn entry. Dragonfly replied, You must be willing to accept whatever the future holds as it is presented, without trying to change Great Spirit's plan. Swan looked at her ugly little duckling body and then answered, I will happy to abide by Great Spirit's plan. I won't fight the currents of the black hole. I will surrender to the flow of the spiral and trust what I am shown. Dragonfly was very happy with Swan's answer and began to spin the magic to break the pond's illusion. Suddenly, Swan was engulfed by a whirlpool in the center of the pond. Swan reappeared many days later, but now she was graceful and white and long necked. Dragonfly was stunned. Swan, what happened to you? He exclaimed. Swan smiled and said, Dragonfly, I learned to surrender my body to the power of Great Spirit and was taken to where the future lives. I saw many wonders high on Sacred Mountain, and because of my faith and my acceptance, I have been changed. I have learned to accept the state of grace. Dragonfly was very happy for Swan. Swan told Dragonfly many of the wonders beyond the illusion. Through her healing and her acceptance of the state of grace, she was given the right to enter the dream time. So it is that we learn to surrender to the grace of the rhythm of the universe and slip from our physical bodies into the dream time. Swan medicine teaches us to be at one with all planes of consciousness and to trust in Great Spirit's protection. If you pulled Swan, it ushers in a time of altered states of awareness and of development of your intuitive abilities. Swan medicine people have the ability to see the future, to surrender to the power of the Great Spirit, and to accept the healing and transformation in their lives. Man, that's like my prayer. The Swan card is telling you to accept your ability to know what lies ahead. If you are resisting your self-transformation, then relax. It will be easier if you go with the flow. Stop denying that you know who is calling when the phone rings. Pay attention to your hunches and your gut knowledge and honor your female intuitive side. Your transformation. They want me to read this part again. So it is that we learn to surrender to the grace of the rhythm of the universe and slip from our physical bodies into the dream time. Swan medicine teaches us to be at one with all planes of consciousness and to trust in Great Spirit's protection. Now, that's a good note for everybody, but that one's for you, Michelle. Now, Doug, you're the keeper of the cards. Who's next? So I won't try to interpret. You're the guy. So Grace, Michelle. Accept and receive. Jody's next. Okay, Jody. Give me a second. They want me to shuffle. All right, Jody. 30 seconds of your time. Close your eyes. Raise your hand. I know that sounds silly, but by creating little visual images in my head, I'm like standing on a stage so much as in you are the audience, for example. And I say, okay, so think on a card. That's basically raise your hand, think on a card. So, okay. All right. Hmm. Interesting read on the cards tonight, how they feel under my fingers. Just interesting. Okay, Jody, this one's for you. All right. Interesting cards tonight, I just got to say. All right, Jody, this one's for you. It was upside down. Bear. Number 5. It's 2:17 a.m. So I'm going to take when it gets to 2:20, I'm going to take that break. So anybody else want to join me? Number 5 is bear. Um, I think I've told this bear story before, but I was camping on the Buffalo River and, had done everything right, because there are bears up there in the Ozarks, most definitely. And was being careful and, I don't know, 15, 20 yards down the beach, high up in this tree was any garbage or anything like that. But I made the mistake of eating a Reese's peanut butter cup before I went to bed. Now, so I smelled like chocolate and peanut butter to this bear who came down the mountain. Now we're in this little pup tent, right? And the doors at our feet, our heads are uphill kind of thing. And I hear this snorting sound and look up, and the bear has its nose pushing on the tent, like inches from my head, right? Our head. My wife at the time, oh, it's a bear. And I'm like, shut up. I'm like, shut up. Shut up. I almost had to, like put my hand over her mouth to shut up. It's almost 4:20. So before we went to Arkansas, I'd been having bear type dreams, right? So here bear literally shows up with his nose over my head, right? I mean, literally could have kissed that bear on the nose if I'd have reached up a little bit. The next morning, got up and there, bear paws right up to the tent where the bear was standing, and then moseyed off this way, and then past us, and then went down the river, and then the paws just disappeared up the side of the mountain, and it was pretty steep too. But the bear just disappeared. Anyway, my bear story. So there have been a couple of times when I've been around bear, where bear has been, um, and there's just something about bear that is not. Now, I'm not going to go out there and try to pet one, okay? But there is a respect about bear that I'm not scared of bear. Respect, yes. Scared, no. All right, so who is next in line? Yogi Bear looking for a snack, yeah. Anyway, Bear is introspection. I got to put on these other. Bear, invite me into the cave where silence surrounds the answers you gave. The strength of bear medicine is the power of introspection. Jody is the bear. Okay, I was skipping ahead. That's what I thought. It lies in the west on the great medicine wheel of life. Bear seeks honey or the sweetness of truth within the hollow of an old tree. In the winter, when the ice queen reigns and the face of death is upon the earth, meaning winter, Bear enters the womb cave to hibernate, to digest the year's experience. It is said that our goals reside in the West also, our goals. To accomplish the goals and dreams that we carry, the art of introspection is necessary. To become like Bear and enter the safety of the womb cave, we must attune ourselves to the energies of the eternal mother and receive nourishment from the placenta of the great void. Now, that's similar to dolphin in accepting the manna of life. We just can breathe it in. The great void is the place where all solutions and answers lie. The answers live. The great void is the place where all solutions and answers live in harmony with the questions that fill our realities. If we choose to believe that there are many questions to life, we must also believe that the answer to those questions reside within us. Each and every being has the capacity to quiet the mind, enter the silence, and then know. Many tribes have called this space of inner knowing the dream lodge, where the death of the illusion of physical reality overlays the expansiveness of eternity. Now that's heavy duty. It is the dream lodge that our ancestors sit in council and advise us regarding alternative pathways that lead us to our goal. This is the power of Bear. The female receptive energies that for centuries had allowed visionaries, mystics, and shamans to prophesy is contained in this very special bear energy. In India, the cave symbolizes the cave of Brahma. Brahma's cave is considered to be the pineal gland that sits in the center of the four lobes of the brain. If one were to imagine an overview of the head, the top, it would be a circle. The south would be the forehead, the north, the back of the skull, the west would be the right brain, and the east would be the left. Bear is in the west, the intuitive side, the right brain, to hibernate. Bear travels to the cave, which is the center of the four lobes, where the pineal gland resides. In the cave, Bear seeks answers that he or she is dreaming or hibernating. Bear is then reborn in the spring, like the opening of spring flowers. And man, it's really spring down here. My azaleas are blooming all over the place. For eons, all seekers of the dream time and of visions have walked the path of silence, calming the internal chatter, reaching the place of rites of passage, the channel or the pineal gland. From the cave of Bear, you will find the pathway to the dream lodge and the other levels of imagination or consciousness. In choosing Bear, the power of knowing has invited you to enter the silence and become acquainted with the dream time, the dream lodge, so that your goals may become concrete realities. This is the strength of bear. Now, it was upside down. If you have drawn bear reversed, your internal dialogue may have confused your perception. They want me to read that again. Your internal dialogue may have confused your perception of your true goals. In other words, you can convince yourself that something's right when maybe it ain't. In seeking answers or advice from others, you may have placed your own feelings and knowing aside. The time has come to regain your authority, for no one knows better than yourself what is proper and timely for your evolution. Reclaim the power of knowing. Find joy in the silence and the richness of the mother's womb. Interesting about the other video about, anyway. Allow the thoughts of confusion to be laid to rest as clarity emerges from the west. Nurturing your dreams is Earth Mother nourishes us all. Bear in the contrary position is teaching you that only through being your own advisor can you attain your true goals. Anything less than the doing of that which gives you the most joy is denial. To achieve happiness, you must know yourself. To know yourself is to know your body, your mind, and your spirit. Use your strengths to overcome your weaknesses and know that both are necessary in your evolution. Journey with bear to the quietness of your cave and hibernate in silence. Dream your dreams and then own them. Then, in the strength, you will be ready to discover the honey waiting in the tree of life. Grandkids can be very informative, by the way. Yeah, Jody, does that hit you in any way? Okay, Doug, next up is Gaza. All right, Gaza, give me a moment. Good, Jody. Journey with bear to the quietness of your cave and hibernate in silence. Dream your dreams and own them. That's just an interesting. Okay, so Gaza, close your eyes, raise your hand. It made me turn the deck the other way. Interesting. I turned the cards upside down and they feel different now on my fingers. Otter. Well, at the moment, David Castle, it's not necessary, but thank you. Otter in the number 8 position, in the up position as well. Otter. I love watching otters in the wild. They're just great. Otter is woman medicine. Otter is so playful, coquettes by the stream, the medicine of woman, realized dream. The medicine held by Otter is a set of lessons in female energy. This applies to both men and women, as all of us have female sides. The otter's hide is very often used to make medicine bags for powerful women because it represents balanced female energy. Otter is very caring of its young and will play for hours, performing all types of acrobats. It lives on land but always has its home near water. The elements of earth and water are the female elements. The elements of earth and water are female elements. At home in both of these elements, Otter is the personification of humanity, long, sleek, and graceful. Otter is the true coquette of the animal world. Otter is always on the move and is very curious. Unlike other animals, Otter will not start a fight unless it is attacked first. This joyful little creature is adventuresome and assumes that all other creatures are friendly until proven otherwise. These character traits are the beauty of a balanced female side, the side of ourselves that creates a space for others to enter our lives without preconceptions or suspicions. They want me to read that again. These character traits are the beauty of a balanced female side, the side of ourselves that creates a space for others to enter our lives without preconceptions or suspicion. Otter teaches us that balanced female energy is not jealous or catty. It is sisterhood, content to enjoy the good fortune of others, anchored in the understanding that all accomplishments are worthwhile for the whole tribe. Otter people express joy for others. Long ago in tribal law, if a woman were widowed, her sister would offer her own husband to the widow as a lover to keep her from drying up and not using her creative urges. This is otter medicine, too. Envy or the fear of being replaced has no space in otter's balanced understanding of sharing goodness. Woman energy without games or control is a beautiful experience. It is the freeness of love without jealousy. It is the joy of loving other people's children and their accomplishments as much as you love your own. It may be time to examine your feelings about sharing the bounty of your life with others. Otter may be saying that the finer qualities of woman need to be striven for in both men and women so that a unity of spirit can be achieved. This would involve the destruction of jealousy and of all the acts of anger which stem from that fear. It would mean keeping a hawk eye on your ego. Ain't that interesting? And maintaining total trust. It would mean a world full of people coming together to honor the right of each person just to be. If you have drawn this symbol, Otter may be telling you to become the playful child and to simply allow things to unfold in your life. It may be time to stop your addiction to worrying. Otter also teaches the importance of not hanging on to material things that would bind you or become a burden. And looking at how you can learn from Otter's habits, you might look at the joyness and the receptive side of your nature. Have you given yourself a gift lately? Have you received any messages in your meditations? Become otter and move gently into the river of life. Flow with the waters of the universe. This is the way of all balanced female receptive energy. Honor it. In doing so, you will discover the power of woman for both men and women. Okay. So, who is that for? I got cross eyed. Gaza. Okay. So, thank you, Doug. One of these days, some of y'all are going to get a wrench, but, uh, you know, you're doing fine out there. Thank you, Doug. Um, I've learned something new tonight. Never use voice over text when you're talking to a lawyer. Oh, that's a good one. Yes, I would say that. So Doug, who's next? Love this deck. This is a great deck. Good teachings, but more intuit than native with sharing your husband. Inuit do that tradition through only the husband thing, though. Yeah, but it's interesting that, different native cultures have different ways, but in that they understand um, the necessity of it without jealousy. That's that's like, I don't know if I could go there, but I really understand it. Okay, I really get it. Because any kind of jealousy that we allow in our lives, and it doesn't have to be men and women kind of jealousy. It can be jealousy over somebody doing better than you, or jealousy of a job and you're doing a good job and somebody else is half-assed, but they get the credit for it. The jealousy comes in many forms. So it isn't just man and woman thing, but jealousy. Ooh, that's a kicker right there. So, all right, David Castle, I'm going to do my smoke. And, uh, David Castle, Travis. Okay, one at a time. I'm getting a little stoned, by the way, but, the wisdom in some of these cards is just astounding. Whether you're not whether or not you really believe the animal thing or something like that, but the wisdom in the teachings of these cards and is just like, wow, amazing. So, David Castle, they want me to shuffle again. All right. So give me 30 seconds. Raise your hand. All right. Where is it? I got 3 cards stuck together. I got to choose between them. Not that one. Turtle, right side up, David. A little stones mean I ran out of cash. Okay. Turtle, number 10. And there was a card sitting right beside it, which was squirrel upside down, but they're saying that your card is turtle. Sometimes it's hard to, the cards will be like sitting together, but they're insisting that it's number 10, turtle. Sometimes I'll flip over 2 or 3 cards and I'll go, no, not that one. No, not that one. And then sometimes I'll go, yeah, all 3. Anyway, Mother Earth Turtle, great mother, feed my spirit, clothe my heart, that I may serve you too. In Native American teachings, turtle is the oldest symbol for planet Earth. It is the personification of goddess energy. Here we go back with goddess, eh? And the eternal mother from which our lives evolve. We are born of the womb of earth, and to her soil our bodies will return. Not in all customs, but in honoring the earth, we are asked by Turtle to be mindful of the cycle of give and take, to give back to the mother as she has given to us. Turtle has a shell, Tui. Turtle has a shell which is similar to the protection that Earth has employed for centuries as her body has been defiled. Mother Earth's protection has come from the form of earth changes, new plant growth, the creation of new land masses by volcanoes and climate alterations. Like Turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt, envy, jealousy. There's that word jealousy again. And the unconsciousness of others. I have to say something about that right there. The unconsciousness of others. For those, I found out later on because I learned that I was actually not feeling a particular way, but was picking up someone else's anger or sadness or something. You pick up the unconsciousness of others. So when you're with people or even with through this internet thing, there are times when you may be picking up somebody else's unconscious thoughts, and then it will, affect how you feel. It's a really strange thing, but they wanted me to stop and mention that. It's not just for you, David, but for everybody. There is unconsciousness, and because unconsciousness creates brain waves, and those of us who are more intuitive than others can pick up on that stuff. So now, Turtle teaches you through its habit patterns how to use protection. Ooh. If you are bothered by the actions or words of others, it is time to go inside yourself and honor your feelings. If you are attacked, it is time to give a warning snap. If you have chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you, to be grounded to the earth, and to observe your situation with motherly compassion. Use the water and earth energies, which represent Turtle's two homes, to flow harmoniously with your situation and to place your feet firmly on the ground in a power stance. Turtle is a fine teacher of the art of grounding. You may be able to overcome some of your space cadet tendencies if you align with turtle medicine. In learning to ground, you are placing focus on your thoughts and actions and slowing to a pace that assures completion. Turtle warns of the dangers of pushing the river, as evidenced by the plodding pace that Turtle keeps. The corn that is harvested before its time is not yet full. However, if it is given the chance to develop at its own rate, in its own season, its sweetness will be shared by all. Turtle buries its thoughts like its eggs in the sand and allows the sun to hatch the little ones. This teaches you to develop your ideas before bringing them out in the light. Look at the old fable of the tortoise and the hare and decide for yourself whether or not you would like to align with Turtle. Bigger and stronger and faster are not always the best ways to get to a goal. When you arrive, you may be asked where you've been, and you may not be able to remember. In that case, arriving prematurely, we don't like that prematurely stuff, do we? Can make you feel very immature. If you draw the turtle card, it augurs a time of connecting with the power of earth and the hello, Potter. I'm sorry. It augurs a time of connecting with the power of earth and the mother goddess within. This is also a matter, this does not matter what situation you have created. Ask her for assistance and abundance will follow. Okay, Dave. That one's for you. I hate prematurely. Yeah, that hasn't happened in a long time, but anyway. Tamara, we're living on Turtle Island. Yeah, that sacrificed herself for water god, sleeping giant in the Thunder Bay. Yep. Resonates now that it is getting warmer. I'm getting my bare feet on the ground more. Yes. In the cold, not so much. Yeah, but you know what though? I have been in situations, David. You know, you've heard me talk about getting stuck in the mountains and it snowed and being, Travis is next. Okay. Um, night, Teresa. Have sleep well. Thanks for hanging out with us. Love you too. Listening as I do housework. Okie dokie. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock. Anyway. Um, I don't know. Oh, putting your feet down. Sometimes, you know, feeling the cold on your feet is just, there's just something about it. It's I think it's the giving in. Oh, but it's cold outside. Oh, there's snow on the ground. I don't have any shoes on. Oh, shut up. Just go out there and put your feet on the ground for a few minutes. It ain't going to kill you. And this idea back when we was kids that, oh, if you go outside in your bare feet or something, you're going to die. You're welcome, Teresa. I love you too. I've been talking. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's up on the couch. I'll give him a hug. Nate's finally asleep. Good. Yeah, and Doug, I forgot already who's next. It's connecting with Mother Earth. Yeah. I mean, sometimes going in a cold stream, and it's freezing. Yeah. Travis is next. Okay. And then Isby. All right. Okay, Travis, I'm going to shuffle the cards. Give me a sec. I kind of got them spread all over the place. So the cards are always mixed up. They're upside down, they're right side up. And it also matters, like, whatever this card is Dragonfly. Okay. So right now, the way I'm holding it is it's right side up. But if I'm shuffling these things and I spin the cards, then it comes in upside down. So the message is not just the card, but which way is it facing? So, just thought I'd point that out. And I do the split cards thing, and rifle them. Not that it really matters for some reason whether or not the cards are aligned because I'm not, pulling two or three cards. I'm just picking one. And I think it's me trying to connect with the person until I've got the cards right. So I didn't spin them around, but I have turned them. Now here's a card that's like really, it's hard to explain the feeling in my fingertips. There's a couple of cards that want to come up, but this one was like really strong. Coyote, number 13, lucky 13. Now we all know about Coyote. So that's interesting. Coyote. Number 13. Went too far. No, tomorrow. It depends on how I feel. And I've been sort of in the dream lodge for the last few days. And I usually try to do a reading 2 or 3 times a week. Like, I think I did one on Friday or something. And then, I try not to do them during the week, but here we are. So, um, It says the spirit tells me tomorrow. Doug, I forgot who this is for. It's Coyote, the trickster, I think. Is this one for you, Travis? I was thinking, an 8-hour night. Yeah, sometimes, Doug, you're right. Okay, I picked this card, Coyote. Coyote, you devil, you tricked me once more. Must I sit and ponder what you did it for? Travis, yeah. Okay, I thought I got this right. I'm sorry, my short-term memory is kicking in a little bit. Been a few hours now since I started this. So I love you all, and thanks for hanging out. And yeah, tomorrow, if you're still listening, you know, I basically the spirits will say, all right, tonight's a good night. There are folks out there who need a reading or something, and so I'll end up first part of the thing with the message, and then end up doing the other half, reading cards and stuff for folks. So when y'all are out there and I'm here, if I got the strength to pull some cards, I'll absolutely do it. I was just sent here as a creator puts on who I'm supposed to see. I have you on my list of people, but I could have seen something years ago here. Not with the cards. I didn't start doing the cards until recently. I mean, I've had the cards and have used the cards, but not publicly on YouTube. So Travis, this one's for you. Coyote's the trickster. There are thousands of myths and stories about Coyote, the great trickster. Many native cultures call Coyote the medicine dog. If you had pulled this card, you can be sure that some kind of medicine is on its way. Uh-oh. And it may or may not be to your liking. Whatever the medicine is, good or bad, you can be sure it will make you laugh, maybe even painfully. You can also be sure that Coyote will teach you a lesson about yourself. Coyote has many magical powers, but they do not always work in his favor. His own trickery fools him. He is the master trickster who tricks himself. No one is more astonished than Coyote at the outcome of his tricks. He may be banged and bruised by the experience, but he soon goes on his way to even greater error, forgetting to learn from his mistakes. He may have lost the battle, but he is never beaten. He may have lost the battle, but he is never beaten. Coyote is sacred. In the folly of his acts, we see our own foolishness. As myself, there have been people who have named me a Hawkeye, and which is also to some native tribes a trickster of sorts. And so Coyote is, actually should be one of my totems, but it's not. But anyway, Coyote is sacred. In the folly of his acts, we see our own foolishness. As Coyote moves from one disaster to the next, he refines the art of self sabotage to a sheer perfection. No one can blindly do themselves or others in with more grace than ease than this holy trickster. Coyote takes himself so seriously at times that he cannot see the obvious. For example, the stream roller that's about to run him over. That's why when it hits him, he cannot believe it. What was that really a stream roller? He says, and I better go look, and he's run over once again. Contained within trickster medicine is the humor of the ages. That's important. Contained within the trickster medicine is the humor of the ages. The cosmic joke is not just on ourselves. The cosmic joke is not just on ourselves, but on everyone else. If they are following Coyote or have strong Coyote medicine, Someone like this may be able to convince others that a skunk, guess what? There's a skunk shows up, that a skunk smells like roses, but the fact remains that it is still a skunk. Snooze time was over if you have pulled the coyote medicine card. Watch out. Your glass house may crash to the ground at any moment. All your self mirrors may shatter. Self mirrors may shatter. The divine trickster is dogging you, and you may trip. Coyote scratches under his arm. He does a crazy dance. He catches his tail on fire, playing with matches. He jumps in the fish pond to save himself and nearly drowns. Coyote seduces a concrete statue. Coyote thinks he's found a bone, but it is a rattlesnake. Everyone watches the comedic dance. Coyote is you, me, booby traps, jet airplanes with toilets that don't work, blind dates, and all the humorous and whimsical things we encounter along life's way. Get ready for more of the laughs, lots more. Go immediately beneath the surface of your experiences. Ask yourself, what are you really doing and why? Is coyote your medicine? Or are you playing jokes on yourself? Are you trying to fool an adversary? Is someone trying to trick you? Do you want to give the office geek the phone number of the beautiful new secretary? Or do you want to pull a boner on your best friend? When was the last time you did something just because it was crazy and fun? On the other hand, you may not be conscious of your own pathway of foolishness. They want me to read that again. On the other hand, you may not be conscious of your own pathway of foolishness. You may have conned yourself, your family or friends, or even the public at large into believing that you know what you're doing. But listen, Coyote, you are balled up in your own machinations. You have created a befuddling, bewildering, confounding trick. Pick up the jugular eyes from the ground and put them back in their sockets. See through the genius of your acts of self sabotage. Find it amusing and laugh, trickster, laugh. If you can't laugh at yourself and your crazy antics, you have lost the game. Coyote always comes calling when things get too serious, and that's what a Heoki does. The medicine is in laughter and joking so that new viewpoints may be assumed. If you have coyote medicine, you may use it to make stuffy old fogies lighten up, to add cheer to a party, or to break a death grip conversation with ease. Look at the positive side of sabotaging nosy questions about your personal life. Have fun telling some gossiper that you have just returned from Paris in your new Learjet. So, but the trickster, and he's the trickster. Ask yourself what you are really doing and why. Is coyote your medicine? Are you playing jokes on yourself? Now, that may be that you're trying to convince yourself that you got a really good idea when maybe there are stumbling blocks along the way and you find out, well, this didn't work out anyway. So, and that can be, it can cover the whole gamut of life. It isn't about, now, Travis, Paris knew, yeah, it's Saint Tropez, but I don't know where that is. So, but I do know where Paris is. So, I get it. I'm just explaining my spelling sucks. I'm giving warning as I don't want to mess up too bad for. It's okay, Tamara. We love you. Yeah, we all make mistakes. A bunch of them. Some of us. Yeah, Coyote. So Isby's next, right? I got this right. Yeah, Coyote. And but and in the somewhat stupidity of the Coyote, you're in New Paris. Oh my God, I didn't know that. Travis, so, but I picked the word Paris it's not in the book. I picked it out of you honest to God, you're in New Paris? Holy crap. Now see, Talk about some kind of psychic connection or something. Uh, yeah, Isby is next. Okie dokie. I remembered. I've survived so many things. My last was brain aneurysm. I refused to go to the hospital after 35 surgeries. I was dying of it. I've had multiple head injuries too, Tamara, and a bunch of operations. Not the same as you, but I get it. I've had 3 operations on my neck, and several of them still failed. And I've had 3 operations on my leg. Broken bones, and literally, I spent years in casts with crutches. It was a really bad break. Okay, so Isby, 30 seconds of quiet and raise your hand. Okay, they say I got him in the right. I can feel it. There's a hot one in here somewhere. I'm getting rid of all the others. Now that's just freaky. That's just creepy freaky. That is freaky creepy. Coyote. I would flip the page and saw the dog page. Okay. Now I shuffled these cards really well, turned them the right way, and went through them, hit this hot spot. And guess what card I pulled? Of all these 40 something cards, the dog, which was the next one in the book after Coyote. Because I was like, oh, look, there's dog right beside Coyote. And then I picked the damn card. So that's just, anyway, for me, it's weird. So here we go. Let me take a sort of a quick break. It's a dog. And the dog is loyalty. We know about that. And speaking about loyalty and dogs and so forth, you've probably seen Duggar a time or two when I could get him on camera. One thing that you want a dog to learn when you're in the woods is to not run off, right? And he's a runner. Oh my God, he's a runner. He saw a cat in the neighbor's yard 100 yards away and was there. Me and my friend Robert, like I said, watch him. And before we could count to 3, he was in the neighbor's yard. I mean, he just didn't start to get faster. He went from 0 to 50 in like 3 steps, and he was gone like a bullet. And up in the neighbor's yard and barking and the whole thing. I had to go get him back. But anyway, but he's getting better. But down in the woods, personally, I'm taking my cigarette back. So I started out with Duggar on a leash down in the woods, and I didn't want that. So, but in our connection, and this has been about a year that I've had Duggar, the loyalty has kicked in. So I can let him out, and he can run around, but he'll come back and he'll sit at the door, like, okay, I'm back to the door. You can let me in now, and I can see him through the window at the right angle. But anyway. And at night, he turns on the little motion detector light that's right by the door, so I can tell if he's home. Like, oop, lights on. I'll go anyway. But in that and down in the woods, though, it used to be that he and I would go down in the woods, but he'd run off a half a mile, literally. He was be down at the river. Now, when we walk in the woods, he stays within eyesight of me, which is what a lot of the dogs that I've trained over the years and have had would always stay. The dog that I had, Tramp, he was like 20 something years old, but he always stayed within an eyesight of wherever we were walking in the woods. He might run off over here and sniff this, but he'd turn around and he'd look to see where we were. He would never go beyond a certain point. And Duggar's developing that. And I just thought I'd throw that in there since the dog was pulled. All right, so Isby, creator is teaching. I'm going to share this. Some of my people on Facebook, some of the thousands that prayed all over North America, praying for me. Well, we'll send prayers too tomorrow. Doug says, I got 3 dogs, and the youngest is a goofy. Coyotes lure the dogs out. Sometimes he's not stupid, but he's hard headed, Michelle. He's only 3 years oldish kind of thing. So, but in a year's time of being with me, because he spent his first 3 years with somebody else and they just let him go, blah, blah, blah. And I'm trying to train him without, being rude. But the other side of the thing is that for whatever reason, he's developed this sort of on his own. I didn't make him come near, but every time he stays near me, come here, Duggar, and I pet him and hug him and all that stuff. I said, come on, let's go back. Let's go this way. And he'll run off just a little bit, but I've noticed that he's been staying. I can spot him. I'm turning around and, oh, okay, he's over there. Before he'd run off, 300 or 400 yards out in the woods, and I wouldn't see him for 20 minutes, So interesting. Now, loyalty. Dog, you are so noble until the bitter end. Your medicine is the teaching of true and loyal friends. Loyalty. Dog. All of the Southwest and Plains Indian tribes had dogs. These noble animals would often give warning signals of approaching danger. They helped in the hunt and were a great source of warmth on a long winter's night. Remember 3 Dog Night, the band? 3 Dog Night means it's that cold, you got 3 dogs. Since the canine tribe has many breeds, early Indian dogs were usually half wild. This wildness, however, never divested the owners of their dogs innate loyalty. So even though they'd be a little wild, they would still be loyal to, a tribe or a family anyway. Dog has been considered the servant of humanity throughout history. If a person carries dog medicine, he or she is usually serving others or humanity in some way. Here you will find the charity worker, the philanthropist, the nurse, the counselor, the minister, and the soldier. Dog was the servant soldier that guarded the tribe's lodges from surprise attack. Dog is a medicine that embodies the loving gentleness of best friend and the half-wild protector energy of territorial imperative. Like Duggar will go so far up in the yard and bark and stuff. Anyway. Like Anubis, the jackal dog protector of Egypt, dog is a guardian. Throughout history, dog has been the guardian of hell, as well as ancient secrets, hidden treasures, and babies. While mothers were cooking in the fields, dog honors its gift and its loyalty to the trust placed in its care. In examining dog medicine, you might find that you have fond personal memories of owning and loving dog as a pet. The message that dog are trying to give you is that you must delve deeply into your sense of service to others. Canines are generally service-oriented animals and are devoted to their owners with a sense of loyalty that supersedes how they are treated. I've seen some people beat the crap out of their dogs and their dogs love them. It's just, if dog has been yelled at or paddled, it will still return love to the person who was the source of its bad treatment. It's true. This does not come from stupidity, but rather from a deep and compassionate understanding of human shortcomings. Ain't that interesting? It is as if a tolerant spirit dwells in the heart of every canine that asks only to be of service. You can also see dogs that have had the loyalty beaten out of them. They cower and cry at the slightest look of disapproval, but this is not their normal nature. Some varieties of dogs have even been trained against their natures to be brutal and vicious. Out of a sense of service, these breeds have adopted the attack oriented desires of their owners. They carry an altered genetic memory of what service means if they, if they are to be approved of by their masters. Dog medicine asks you to look at how readily your sense of loyalty has countermanded your need for approval. Now think about this, Isby, but just in general. Dog medicine asks you to look at how readily your sense of loyalty is countermanded by your need for approval. In other words, you can be loyal up to a point, and you will take all kinds of abuse for approval. If you have pulled the dog card, there are several questions you need to consider depending on the situation about which you are asking. Number one, have I forgotten that I owe my allegiance to my personal truth in life? Have I recently forgotten that I owe my allegiance to my personal truth in life, not somebody else's? Number two, is it possible that gossip or the opinions of others have jaded my loyalty to a certain friend or group? Number three, have I denied or ignored someone who is trying to be my loyal friend? Number four, have I been loyal and true to my goals? Dog. I'm not letting any more chickens. Texas, I had rescued a dog once, and every time I picked up the broom to sweep, he'd run the other way. It took him a few years not to run away. Duggar does that. And of course, he hates the vacuum cleaner. But Fox killed my hippie rooster. Oh, damn it, Elderberry. I have trouble with foxes around here. Not so much now that Duggar's here, but they killed most of my chickens too. I really miss having chickens, and I'm just don't know if I'm going to do it again or not. It really ties you down. You can't go anywhere. Not that I'm going anywhere anyway. That's really sad. Yeah, nobody's around me in day today that is loyal to me. Isby, they don't have to be around you day to day. That's not it. That's not the lesson. Just saying. I'm not around you people, but I feel close to you. There are times when I just, Michelle or Elderberry or, you know, Isby, you'll come up and, you just started new chicks. Yeah, I'm considering it. It's that time. Um, was anybody else, Doug? Is anybody else in the group with wanted a card? Always trump me. Then listen to this first line, Isby. I have recently forgotten that I owe my allegiance to my personal truth in life. Is it possible that the opinions of others have jaded my loyalty to friends or groups or whatever. So, but anyway, they're asked me to go back and do that. I love you too, Michelle. Actually, um, there's a lot of times where I've helped folks and got crapped on, but in this thing of life, you never know if whether or not what you've done because you were loyal. And I guess part of the message in this with the dog is that, you know, you can be loyal, they chump you, dump you, or whatever, and rain on your parade. Is that um, sorry, had a that may be the determinant factor that you say, tomorrow, did you want to call her? Two Siamese cats, they're like dogs. That's my 11 years old, my soulmate. I love. Okay, I see. All right, I caught up. I'm so proud to be here to watch all of you bloom in the spirit because, you know, I don't know what, you know, each of your lives are. We share things in the chat room, and some folks know more stuff about other folks in the chat. That's okay. I don't need to know everything, but I know enough about each one of you and can see and can hear the over the years that I've known some of you now, um, and can see and hear the growth. You know, the um, when I first started doing this stuff, you know, I was very shy. I just did my own ceremonies. I didn't invite anybody. It was just because I was shy. And because not being a full bleed Native American, there were people who were like, well, you know, David, no, you're trying to be an Indian. I think I am actually inside. I can't get it out of me, and this seems to be what I'm supposed to do. So if I'm supposed to do it, then if I read all the cards and all the symbols and everything correctly, then I must be true to myself, you know. And I'm not trying to be anything special. I just want to be the best that I can be, you know. Tomorrow, sorry, I haven't reading. Yeah, okay, tomorrow. Just give me 30 seconds with your eyes closed and raise your hand in that psychic world thing. Okay, they say I got the cards in the right position. Let the fingers do the walking through the yellow pages. For those of us who are that old to remember them commercials, you know, what the hell are yellow pages now? Alexa. That whole group wants to go. That's interesting. Nope, there's one in here. This one? Nope. Okay. I got a 3-card choice here. Now let's see what we got. Links. Upside down. The artwork on these cards are really nice, you know. Yes, there are pictures, you know. I'm sorry, they're drawings, but and they're lifelike in a lot of ways, not in some kind of 3D, but it you know, the folks who did these cards. Oh, and I went right to the page. That's interesting. Tamara, this one's for you. That's the way of the world. There are those folks who are users, and we have to learn that we help them out, but sometimes, you know, you don't always give the guy on the corner a quarter, because then he expects a quarter from you. And you just don't do that. You give when it's really necessary. Um, so, anyway, links tomorrow. You're holding tobacco. That's very sacred. Thank you. So Lynx is number 18, and its gift or medicine is secrets. Interesting. I don't remember if I've ever read this. I'll find out. Lynx, you know the secrets so very well, the dream time and the magic, but you'll never tell. May I learn to hold my tongue, observe like the Sphinx, powerful yet silent, the medicine of lynx. It is said that if you want to find out a secret, ask for lynx medicine. Unfortunately, it is difficult to get the silent lynx to speak. To be confronted by the powerful medicine of lynx signifies that you do not know something about yourself or others. They want me to read that again. To be confronted by the powerful medicine of lynx signifies that you do not know something about yourself or others. Lynx is the keeper of secrets of lost magical systems and occult knowledge. Lynx has the ability to move through time and space and to go into the great silence for unraveling any mystery. Lynx is not the guardian of secrets, but the knower of secrets. The problem lies in getting Lynx to instruct you. He or she would rather be off chasing a bird or kicking sand in your face than running circles around you. Lynx medicine is very specific type of clairvoyance. If this medicine is strong in you, you will get mental pictures concerning other people and the exact things that they have hidden, either from themselves or from others. You will see their fears, their lies, and their self deceptions. You will also know where they have hidden the treasure, if there is any. You will never speak of these revelations. You will simply know. The only way that you can coax information about yourself out of a lynx medicine person, in case you have forgotten where you hid the treasure, is to respect the practices of his or her tradition. The only way you can coax information about yourself out of a lynx medicine person is to respect the practices of his or her tradition. If you go to a gypsy with lynx medicine, you must show your respect by paying with money after the reading. If you go to a Choctaw medicine person, he or she will reach in your midsection or use other traditional methods to help you. A blanket or tobacco should be given in exchange for the medicine he or she has performed for you. This operative is known as the law of the lynx people and is practiced by Native American, Gypsy, Sufi, and Egyptian cultures, among others. If you pulled the lynx card, you can be sure that secrets are afloat. If this is your personal medicine, you should listen to your higher self. Be still and pay attention to the revelations you receive, either in the form of mental pictures or through a high singing voice in your inner ear. Now, I have that sometimes. That's it's creepy. Perhaps you will receive information in the form of omens. You can be sure that Mother Earth is signaling to you in some manner. If Lynx is at your door, listen. Brother or sister Lynx can teach you of your personal power and of things you have forgotten about yourself. Links can lead you to lost treasures and connect you to forgotten brotherhoods or sisterhoods. Some medicine people believe that Sphinx of ancient Egypt was not a lion, but a lynx. There's a lot more talk about that too. This lynx does not say much. With an enigmatic smile, the great cat watches over the sands forever. Now, it did come in upside down. Exact is why the point was showing all this. It took a lifetime to learn. So the card was upside down. So here's the reverse. If Lynx has appeared in the reverse position, it is time to shut your big mouth. Okay, that's blunt. Something you are jabbering about has let the cat out of the bag. Are you defiling a sacred trust, or have you broken a promise to a friend? If not, you may have pulled a good boner on yourself by blabbing your latest idea to a friend or a competitor. There's booming going on. In the middle of the night, I can feel the earth move. Watch your tongue and see if you are able to refrain from gossiping or talking about your latest conquests. Look and see if in your present state you are able to listen and truly be interested in someone else's stories or ideas. On this level, Lynx is telling you to become worthy of trust. Then the secrets will be available to you. They want me to read that over. Look and see in your present state you are able to listen and truly be interested in someone else's stories or idea. On this level, Lynx is telling you to become worthy of trust. Then the secrets will be available to you. You might look at choosing to have your brain in gear before your babble starts, or your foot may have to replace your tongue. And speaking, you have brain issues like me, so sometimes we have to be careful. I'm still learning after all these years. Not that you have, mind you. I'm just thinking about what I have put my foot in my mouth way too many times, and that mud tastes like crap. And I may have stepped in some. Never mind. This is the know-it-all syndrome. Fine. If you want to talk, just sew up your ears. I'm sorry, that not meant to you, but if you want to talk, just sew up your ears. After all, talking leaves no room for hearing or learning. Lynx is a tough teacher, and if you have let the cat out of the bag, be ready for the consequences. Become Lynx and wear the Mona Lisa smile. Only you will know what you're smiling about. The cat will not have your tongue. You will, as well as the power over it. So I don't know if that means anything to you, but the first part of this, it's interesting that it was upside down. Lynx is not the guardian of secrets, but the knower of secrets. Um, Lynx medicine is a very specific type of clairvoyance. If this is in you, you will get mental pictures concerning other people and the exact things they have hidden. So, but anyway, so that's just interesting. Links and secrets. I've had dreams and visions my whole life. Was used as a child, sold for $10 to White World News. Got as a 60 scoop. It's my children's father's birthday. You know, he was the son of MP of Justice, trying to get a blood family member to leave me alone. Hey, Elderberry, and cheers to you as well. So, all right, so those are the cards up to this particular point. So they're saying they want me to just pick a card for a closer. interesting stories tonight. I had a really strong urge to pull this other card. You have Bobcat on the mind. You know, I needed to look that up. Um, I I don't know if Bobcat's in here. I think we went through this before. And there was another something. You agree with everything I read? Well, tomorrow I'll keep you in my prayers, as I keep all y'all in my prayers. Honestly, um, sometimes it gets a little crazy in my head. No, that's one that I don't have, Doug. You got pizza on? Oh, shush. No, no, I want some. We have been through this before. Who was it? Oh, elderberry. Yeah, I don't. This book does not have um, bobcat. They got mountain lion and lynx. I'm trying to see if there's something else in the cat family. But nope, mountain lion and lynx. Hmm. So this card kind of popped out. Is and I was going to shuffle cards, and they go, no, this is the last card they wanted me to look at, and it's fox. And interestingly enough, you know, the discussion of fox has come up, right? But not only that, but it's still sort of in the canine thing. And so they wanted me to do this card as sort of a this is to everybody, all right, not just for me. Fox, where are you? Under the ferns, becoming the forest so I can learn? Are you watching, invisible to me, trying to teach me to become a tree? Number 25, foxes camouflage. Wily fox has many allies in the woodlands, including the foliage, which offers protection and much medicine. Fox is seemingly able to vanish amidst the lush undergrowth of the forest, and that's true. This flora is Fox's ally. The ability to meld into one's surroundings and be unnoticed is a powerful gift one is observing when one is observing the activities of others. Another natural gift of fox is the ability to adapt to winter by changing color, like the chameleon. Its rich white winter coat allows fox to blend into the snow when the leaves no longer linger. Fox medicine involves adaptability, cunning, observation, integration, and swiftness of thought and action. These traits may also include quick decisiveness and sure footedness in the physical world. Fox's ability to be unseen allows it to be the protector of the family unit. If danger arises, Fox is Johnny on the spot. Nahi Waheya, Great Spirit in the Choctaw tongue, honors Fox with the duty of keeping the family together and safe. This is accomplished through Fox's ability to observe undetected without making others self conscious. Fox is always concerned with the safety of family members and is an excellent talisman for those traveling far afield. If Fox has chosen to share its medicine with you, it is a sign that you are becoming like the wind. which is unseen, yet is able to weave into and through any location or situation. You would be wise to observe the acts of others rather than their words at this time. They want me to read that again. You would be wise to observe, this is for all of us now. You would be wise to observe the actions of others rather than their words at this time. Use your cunning nature in a positive way. Keep silent about who or what and why you are observing. And learning the art of camouflage, you need to test your abilities to pull this off. One test or exercise that may be helpful to you is deciding to be invisible. I have done this. It's amazing. You can do it. In doing this exercise, you might try to visualize your body as part of your surroundings. Uh, your body is part of the surroundings, full of the colors of the location you are in, or lack of color. See yourself in your mind's eye, moving with stealth and grace, unheeded by others. If you do it right, it works. I'm telling you, it works. You can leave a party unnoticed or become an unobtrusive as a piece of furniture, watching the developing drama of the subjects you are studying, for whatever reason you're studying subjects. While learning from Fox, you might also gain confidence in your ability to know instantly what will happen next. After observing for a while, you will become aware of a certain predictability in given situations and be able to quickly make your move. Fox medicine teaches the art of oneness through its understanding of camouflage. Now, this message is for all of us. Now, what they're telling me while I'm reading this in the camouflage of things, and you've heard me talk about it before, but in this cancel culture and things, I've talked about this way back, and I said, we talk in a code. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking about the crazy guy on the steps. You know what I mean? You instantly know what I'm talking about without having to say his name or any other reference. You get it. So we don't put things, in words that Bob, we're not talking about you, but that the matrix can hear. Okay. We don't want to make comments that are over brash or something because other people say, well, sort of like skunk, they'll know you by your reputation. And that reputation may not be what you really want to convey to people. Now, in here, you're safe. This is a safe zone. But in other places, it may not be a safe zone, so you may say something that we can discuss here openly, but in another chat room, it may be that, wait a minute. So what you do is you become a fox in other chat rooms. Here, you can be yourself. We're other foxes, if you will. We can share this. But so what the spirit voice in the idea of Fox for all of us is that we need to understand what camouflage means. All right. So you can hide yourself. Okay, you can be not necessarily a troll, but you can be lurking. A lot of folks like to just lurk. Nothing wrong with that in the observing. Nothing, but participation. And I've learned that there are, certain channels and stuff where I used to participate and I'd put, add some things. And I was like, um, this is the wrong format. And what I have to discuss is not matching anything in here with other people. I'm not being belligerent. I'm just not going with the flow on certain things. And it's just like, so those folks just ignored me entirely. And I realized that if I wanted to speak my mind, I wanted to meditate and have these conversations with y'all, do card readings and so forth, that I had to be honest, and I couldn't do it by being a fox in camouflage in a chat room or in other areas. I mean, I had to be the fox. I had to learn to be the fox, is what I mean, because I was participating when I actually shouldn't have. So I use fox medicine. I understand the camouflage thing. I have literally, when we used to, I learned this as a kid. Um, I would wear appropriate clothing. You know, you don't wear a white shirt at night to play hide and go seek. But they would literally, I was laying in the grass next to this bush. And before I knew any of this, I'm like 12 years old, 10 years old, something like that, maybe even 9, who knows? But playing hide and go seek. And I kept thinking, I'm the bush because I'm laying next to the bush on the ground. I'm a bush. I'm a bush. And they literally stood, almost stepped on my hand. They could not see me. And I've done that many times in other ways, to where you literally become the fly on the wall. I've done it in theater. I've done it with puppetry. I would, many people said, you know, when you bring the puppets out onto the stage, Mr. Dave, you disappear. How do you, you know, I don't see you. We know you're there. You don't move, but you disappear and the puppets take over. So I understand this magic and this camouflage. And it takes a little practice, but, you know, understanding when to use it. But now in this complicated world of things, we need to really be camouflaged in that we're not necessarily spying on people, but we're observing the situation, because while learning from Fox, you may gain confidence in your ability to instantly know what will happen next. After observing for a while, you will become aware of certain predictability in given situations. Now, with this ever changing world, this is what we need. You will become aware of certain predictabilities by observing in given situations and will be able to quickly make your move. Fox medicine teaches the art of oneness through its understanding of camouflage. This applies on all levels, from rocks to God. With Fox medicine, you are being asked to see all types of uses for oneness. Much like clowns at the rodeo, Fox can keep the raging bull from stampeding a friend or family member. Fox can use silly tactics as brilliant camouflage. No one could guess the sly power behind such an ingenious maneuvers. You must go early tonight. Well, it's almost 4 a.m., but you know, and I'm fixing to, you know, this is going on 3 hours here, and I was 2.5 hours on the other one. So, but David Castle, thank you for hanging out with us. I'm glad the cards, you know, matched what you wanted or needed, or uh, I have hunted in a wheelchair for 30 years. I have camo. I know I can disappear in my wheelchair. Elderberry, good for you. Honest to God. 35 years. He's got 5 somewhere. You know, I'm crippled in my own little way, but there are times when, you know, the art of camouflage is not necessarily in what you wear. Um, Elderberry, let me ask you this question. You're a hunter. Now, I learned from some old timers, right? Um, as a hunter, Elderberry, I've told this to many people. When I go down in the woods, especially if it's like hunting season or something like that, I'll go down and I will put on my woods clothes and go down in the woods. And when I get back, I take my pants, my shirt off, or whatever. If it's a jacket or a coat, you know, if it's that cold, but you know, I put them up, right? So if I'm going to go back down in the woods, I put those same clothes on, all right? And people go, well, what's up with that? And I said, you know, I had a friend of mine who came here, come up from Tampa, known him most of my life, right? Some 50 odd years, honest to God. And he'd come up here, and he would take a shower first thing in the morning and put on all kinds of aftershave and deodorants and stuff, and then go down in the woods. And I'm like, I looked at him and I said, "You're nuts." And he goes, "Well, every morning I get up and I do this." And I said, "No." And so no deer, didn't see a deer. 2 or 3 days came up for a week. 2 or 3 days, hadn't seen a deer. Buddy down in the woods a little further already, shot and killed a deer. And he's like, "Don't know why, don't know why. Maybe it's where I'm sitting." I'm like, "Dude, I can smell you in the woods, and I'm not a deer." And I explained to him, I said, "Listen, I go down, there are some people who don't walk down the deer tracks, don't walk where the deer walk." And I'm like, "Why?" "Well, I walk where they walk, but I don't step on the deer tracks because I want to monitor them. But here's the thing. If I wear similar clothes down in the woods, now, believe me, I will switch them out. But the idea, though, is I want them to get used to my scent, but not with perfume and that kind of stuff. No, 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 no." So my luck at seeing things, and the deer follow my trails. If I open up a new trail, I'll turn around and there'll be deer tracks. I mean, all over the place. So, but anyway, I was just curious. I hunt where deer are used to Old Spice and tobacco. I use camo, but it doesn't matter. Well, around here, if you smell like, with aftershave, your chances of getting a deer are like the pits. So to the point though, there are a lot of these hunters that will smear this deer scent stuff on them. Okay. But if they just don't take a shower the night they get home, wash up or whatever, and then don't take a shower in the morning, don't clean. I've seen these guys come home, throw their stuff in the dry washer and dryer so it'll be clean for when they go back to the deer stand the next day. They wonder why they don't catch anything. They smell like that dryer stuff. I mean, I can smell it. There's a friend of mine who, I can smell her from 2 or 3 feet away with this dryer scent on everything that she uses. And I'm like, don't, anyway, so if I can smell it, the deer can smell it. I was watching an episode of Star Trek, and it's where Worf went to find. He thought he had found his his father. That there's some of the Klingons at the Kittimer thing or whatever. Um, and he went to this planet, and it's where the Klingons were captured and couldn't fight their way out. They were prisoners, and they were kept for so long. But the Klingon Empire didn't want them back because they didn't die in battle. So the Romulans, I guess it was, the captors said, "Well, look, if they don't want you back," and they were like, "Well, where are we going to go? Nobody in the galaxy is going to want us because they think we died in battle, and we don't want to dishonor our family names." So they came on this agreement and lived together, right? So, but anyway, Worf shows up, and there's this young kid, and Worf is doing his warrior thing, and I'm not professing that so much, but actually not at all. But in the nature of hunting and what is natural to us as human beings, it's So he took this young Klingon, might have been mixed Klingon and whatever, but they took him out into the woods, and he said, Worf's like, he's right over there in those bushes. It was like, but I don't see. He goes, "Can't you smell it?" And the kid was like, "Smell what?" Blah blah. And he goes, "You need to be still and allow yourself to feel what's around you, the sounds, the smells. Can't you feel it inside of you? You're Klingon." And I was like, "Wait, leave the word Klingon out." And that fits for about anybody. So that if you allow your senses to just be, and you don't, well, I don't smell anything. Well, are you sure? You know, So when we allow these simple things to come that, our senses, if you close your eyes and do a day without, without seeing, and that's one thing that is part of the training to astral project, but it's also a training how to use, this sense up here. Like before I started this video almost 3 hours ago now, I went down to the woods, you know, dressed as I am in my slippers, because Spirit said, you need a little walk out here before you start the cards. And I was just drawn down there to just take a little walk and doodly doo and come back, right? So, but it was another lesson in faith and trust. So that when I got back here, it sort of bolstered my faith in me, in that when I tell you some of these things about, you can walk in the dark, trust your senses. I didn't run into anything. I didn't see any spirits, but I didn't run into anything. Went down there, and I mean, it's overgrown in places, and didn't trip, didn't run into anything, and came back. 10 minutes. But that lesson is very simple to learn. So you take yourself out of a comfort zone, don't put yourself in danger. But when you trust your instincts, then you can walk in the woods without a light. You can understand, you can get around. And it's amazing because, the times that I've been on the river with people that in the dark, they go, Dave, we don't know how you can see in the dark. We don't get it. I mean, I can know, I'll see ripples in from the sky light, maybe not a moon. It could be perfectly pitch dark. The moon hasn't come up yet. And there's light that will shimmer off of the river and ripples if there's a log or something ahead of you. And I'll be able to stop and say, whoop, hey, wait, hang on, let's move over here or something. And I go, how do you see that stuff without a headlamp on? How do you, and I'm like, I just open up my senses, you know. They used to call me the snake dude, because I'd be in the front of the canoe, and I go, okay, stop, whoa, 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 stop, what? And I go, snake somewhere. There's a snake nearby, and I don't mean a good one. And I was 95% right. Every time that I said, hold up, snake, there was one. And I mean a moccasin. I don't mean some little brown. I'm talking about big swamp, scare the crap out of your moccasins. And, in a tree on the bank, somewhere where we were nearby. And as soon as we spotted it and knew where it was, and my friend Serge, who passed away, this last year, he was like, I don't know how you do it. And I'm like, me neither. But it's opening up your senses, and it's not like, ooh, snake, 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 snake. No, that's not it. I'd be paddling along and everything would be good. And then all of a sudden my radar would go off, my snake dart, we joked about it. But, 95% of the time there was a snake nearby. And there was a time or two that they were just water snakes. But anyway, so tomorrow, you're hunting, right? An old man I had as a very good friend. He'd have hunters come to his property all the time. He was tricked by a woman. She made a mess. Yeah. My hubby watches that show. What does God need with a starship? Nothing. Because he's not a god. He's an alien. I call it spell-u-vision. I am drawn to certain stories. And here lately, in learning about some things, some of the folks who did some, like Stan Lee with Marvel Comics, and some of the folks who produced some of those shows, as I discussed in the previous video earlier today, last night, whatever, about the Silent 72. in that there are people who have been putting and placing things in movies, and when they do too much, some folks don't like it. And so, in my search for secrets, I guess there are certain things I watch and listen too much to TV. Um, I'll tell you that, but it's because I grew up in radio and there was always something on. I grew up in the carnival where there was always music playing. A lot of the times I was right across from the office and that calliope music playing all the time. There was always some kind of something. And being in radio and some television, you're monitoring something, you're doing this, and so I grew up that way. That's been my life, late at night listening to late night talk shows. And here I am at almost 4 in the morning, sort of doing a show like I used to listen to on the radio, call in. And if I could sit down and figure out how to do the call in, you all could call in, or we could do a share or something. That would be fine with me. But this idea, though, that I feel like I'm doing late night radio, I would love to be able to play some music and stuff. And I did get my guitar out, though, and I was tuning up the Fender, and one of the strings broke. So, which is interesting, it's like, anyway, they're not wound too tight, but it snapped. Boing, E string, bottom E. Or the high E, depending. Anyway, so there's some songs I want to play for y'all, just because some of them I wrote, and it's my own music, and it's not to toot my own horn. It's that music needs to be played for me in the house. The tones, the everything need to be, sending love to all my brothers. I know I still watch a few shows, but I tape them. Oh, now with the internet, and Netflix and Tubi and some of these, I'm watching some of the old shows, and it's amazing some of the things that they have been telling us in the old shows. So it's like one of the shows that I'm wishing that they would put back on, and they've put Sliders and all these others, but the show that is not on anywhere that I know of is the series Fringe, and weird stuff happening. So there were a lot of things.
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
What the hell? Something just activated. Are y'all still there? I can't see the live stream. That was creepy. It still is creepy. My screen changed. I never watched Friends. No. Um, it was interesting that recently there is a creator, but Eisenhower sold to the great tall whites in the 40s. They gave technology and wow, something weird, just really strange happened with this computer. And I'm not quite sure what it is. But it says I'm still on. I can see my head move back and forth. I got this big black thing covering the screen. Wait, hang on a second. I got an idea. Aha. Now, somewhere there should be an off button. Oh, wait. I think I did it. Hey, I'm back. Oh crap. There's a lot of information, like, talking about the 72s and Dante and the different, the Vlash and the Mater and all the different aliens in the alien handbook thing, which I'm going to do a separate video just on the ARB. So if you can get your hands on it, go through it. Um, uh, um, and thank you to the person who sent it to me. And it was an updated from the original one that I had read or seen. But anyway, um, and it might be on another hard drive somewhere upstairs. Anyway, um, that which is interesting. I should look for it. Anyway, um, but the idea that folks are just the alien thing. Oh well, they're going to show up and this and that, and but the idea though that quote Jesus is going to come back on a cloud. And we look to the skies, and I, have discussed this many years ago. I probably did a video on this and have discussed it. You know, is Jesus in a spaceship? If he came back, if the honest to God, the one showed up riding in a cloud, but on that cloud was camouflage for the spaceship, would we say no, that don't work? But he came in on a cloud. He fulfilled your prophecy. He is here. He's raised his hand and said, "I'm the guy." And y'all go, "No, no, 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 no. He's gonna ride on the cloud." Okay, well, so you want him to do some kind of is that going to make it any better? So he stands on the outside of the spaceship in the clouds and cut. Oh, well, that don't work. No, no, nope, nope, nope. A lot of people are going to have to come to grips with what they considered a god is not the creator. They're demigods. They're people who, quote, special powers, Uh, there are folks who call me a guru, and it's like, okay, but I've never said that. I've avoided anything along those lines, and I've been contemplating giving up the shaman title thing because it offends certain people. But I know what I'm talking about. But I still, in trying to get the message out about spiritualism without any kind of connections to some kind of church, you don't have to worship anything, you don't have to sacrifice nothing. You just be who you are and do a good job at that. And those are the blessings that the mother of all things feels and understands. So even in the cards tonight, it was talking about how important that is and that we just simply understand that our simple actions, like I was talking about 4 hours ago, our simple actions add to the greater good. And the more, whether you say it's a prayer or you say the same thing every day, the adaptability of the universe is that every day should be the prayer for that day. Now, you could repeat the same thing, but say what's in your heart. Say what needs to be said at that moment. Not, well, I got to say the Lord's Prayer, and then I got to say, well, how about you just go out in the yard and put your arms up and you say, thank you to the universe. I love you all, though, out there. I love you all within my group. I love you all in the soul tribe. I love you all, and thank you to the universe. Because mother is the universe. Mother is, So the creator, to the creator, not to a God, but to the universe. So our prayers echo out there. And especially, as of late, with all the confusion going on and, this guy on the stairs falling and this person and that person in this country and that country. Oh, holy shit, and then there was a shooting somewhere with something, Atlanta, and then what? It's, oh, this. There have been crazy people for a long time, but you got to stop and ask yourself, why now? Things have been pretty quiet, you know, more or less. Now, all of a sudden, to get everybody's attention and the gun thing, all of a sudden, there's this one here, and then something happened over here. Somebody walked into a place and bang, bang, bang. Now, got to get rid of them guns again. Actually, if everybody else had a gun, maybe that person wouldn't have got that far. Just saying. But there have been nutty people, I mean, I've watched old Wyatt Earp shows where the guy comes, the cowboy walks into the bar, guns are blazing, and shoots this person and ricochets and kills her. Come on. This ain't nothing new, you know? So, uh, anyway, you go into Wyatt Earp's town, you got to put your gun up. But anyway, they don't keep them. They just say, for your own safety when you get drunk, because you cowboys, you know how you are. But in that, though, what we as human beings have done, and some of these folks, I don't think they're human, and they're not. They're hybrids of the other side, and they're just vicious. No matter what you do, no matter how nice you are to them, they're vicious. And they may have started out on the good side, but because of all the social everything, TV, everything, you folks are different because you don't watch as much TV. You folks, but you're online and you're paying attention. So it's not like you have dislodged yourself from everything. But in that, the last card, camouflage. And the camouflage to me is not necessarily a warning, but a sign for us. For those of you tomorrow, and some of you folks may not have seen all the um, Isby says, the Christians hate you for not wanting to worship their gods. Yep. I've said this for a long time. The Catholics have a prayer, and if you're not Catholic, you're not going to heaven. And many people don't understand that. And that's how they used to draw people into the Catholic Church. Look, you got to be, if you're a Baptist, sorry, that's not good enough. Uh, Tamara says, Creator is always here. Yes, they are all, the fairy tales were written in a book by people. Spelling was beaten into us for a reason. Actors all playing the role. We are going through the tribulations. Yep, we are. There's an antichrist that's already on the planet. Yep, or the scene. People follow him while they don't even know it. Absolutely. Yeah, I've talked about that for a long time, Tamara. Going through replay, more like it. Yes. We need to understand that it doesn't matter. What matters is our spirituality. Are you connected with the universe? Do you feel connected? Now, there are some people who they got to have a Bible. They have to have a symbol of something because the ingrainment of society is such that if you don't follow something, now, God forbid, I know you all come and hang out with me, but I don't consider you followers. You know what I mean? You're not. I talk about we are all members of the league of like-minded beings. We are because we're here. It's that simple. There's no rules, and well, there are some rules, but it's the understanding. That's the rule. You have to understand that there's a higher plane of thinking. You have to understand that there's more to this than what they preach to us. But no, I've known a lot of good people who are Christians who don't throw out hate, that read the Bible. They're good people. They're little old ladies that will deliver, the help to another little old lady on the other side of the county, and the little old man, the folks that do these things, and they don't try to push Jesus on you. They will say, they might say, "Is Jesus Christ in your life?" "Well, I hope so," and leave it at that. You know, well, I'll pray for you to, if you need to go to church or something. You know, but these people, whether or not it's in their brain that they are worshiping, they know that there is something higher, and because for whatever reason their understanding of the world is limited, and that the only way to heaven is through the Bible, or through a church, or through a religion, or through, you got to follow somebody, when maybe actually you should just follow yourself. That's the spirituality within. And some, there have been some folks that are like, "Well, Hawkeye, what category do you fit in?" I don't fit in any category with this discussion. It's simply about the spiritual journey. You know, I read from this book, I read from that. Now my basic is native peoples, not just Americans. I've got some information. I'll be telling stories and reading stories from the, as retold by the ancients, from the Aborigines in Australia. So I haven't gotten to that yet. I've been working on some other stuff, but um, my husband was raised a Catholic, but he sees in me and speak to Jesus direct. His father, dying with the Queen, was Pierre's right hand. Wow. Travis, find the oldest Bible you can. And if you can, find an old Catholic Bible before 1984. Actually, with the Catholic Bible, you should maybe go back to at least like 74. But the Douay Rheims version is so easy to read, and the word worship does not appear. They changed the word in the King James. I did videos on this years ago. They changed the word adore to worship, because King James, he inserted himself as a god into the Bible. Okay, I did a video on that about King James, and what the you know he had a toy boy in France that came over and lived with him while he was married. I mean, the guy was a kind of a sicko. He was smart, intelligent, blah blah blah, but he was the king of Scotland and also of England. The guy was a nut job and rewrote the Bible because the Pope wouldn't listen to him. So, but everybody goes to the King James Version. It's like it's subverted. If you read about the guy, you go, "I want to read a Bible that this guy rewrote?" Seriously? When the word adore is changed to worship this and worship that, and thee, thine, and stuff, they screwed it up. You go to the older, honest to God, go to the older Bibles, and if you can find one, buy it, okay? Because they can't change the print. And I did this with my daughter. I've talked about this before, but it is so true. Every time I turn somebody on to the old Bible, they go, "Oh my God, this is so much different. Where did the word worship go? Where did the thee, thine, and thou, and this, and the king, and this, and that?" King James screwed it up. But now, if you're going to read a King James version, get one before 1984, because it started with and I've got one right over here. What you find them in the drawers, in the motels. The Gideon Bible. It's altered from the original King James version. So the Gideon people edited the King James version and put out their own Bible based on King James now, and they say it's the King James version. But I used to be able to tell you that there are certain things. It's in the Psalms area. They literally left some of the Psalms out and changed them. Okay, from the original Psalms that was written in the Douay Rheims, which is where King James got his version from. So he just omitted a bunch of stuff. But that Psalm's no good. I'm going to rename it. And it's strange. Do the comparison. I did. My son, who doesn't speak to me anymore, or, he was like, no, Dad, that's not right. I was like, but look, here, I got this in print and I got this one in print. Tell me which one's right. This is the older version. This is the one, 1984 and beyond. And, oh, that can't be true, blah, blah. Okay. So, but people are going to believe, even though I had two Bibles, one, my old Catholic Bible, and this one over here, a Gideon's Bible, printed in 1984, were different. And he's like, well, this must be right. And I was like, you're going to take the 1984 Bible over the 1939 version of the Bible? Seriously? I mean, we got something outside roaming around. So, but anyway, so this idea of wanting to worship the Bible, there are good things you can read in the Bible, but, our cave drawings and petroglyphs were of Enoch. They removed them from the Bible. Yep. The only church in Ethiopia was the only place that Enoch Bibles and taught those. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about Ethiopia, and there's another country in there. And also further down in Mozambique and down in there, there was some really ancient Christian types of things. And even further south, I can't remember his name, but there are these circles that are made out of stone, and you walk around them and in them, and compasses go crazy. You can't use a cell phone. There's certain temperatures and frequency, and there's all these little circles everywhere, and you got to wonder what was up with that, right? So being a native who had to speech class to learn English, then finding my teachings and told to learn my language, my partner now is Greek. Word can change the whole meaning. Yes, one word. Yes, the Mandela effect has changed some Bibles. But here's the thing. If I went to a printer and said, here's the typeset, this is what I want, I can add or subtract any damn thing I want to. It can be Hawkeye's, version of the Bible, at the Gideon's Bible, the Baptist Bible. The Catholic changed their Bible. The Pope told them to throw out their own Bibles. And it says right in Revelation, he who messes with the word of God shall be written out of the book of the tree of life forever. So here are these people telling them not to, get rid of their original Bibles, the Douay Rheims Bibles, that has not been changed or altered in 1800 years or something like that, or a long time. And the changes are in the book that they made. They list them as, well, back then we changed this and changed this word. But King James mucked it up, buddy, let me tell you, and became the Church of England because, the Catholic Church wasn't good enough for him because he wanted to divorce. He wanted to marry this little boy from France. They kept diddling together, Anyway, so when I learned all about that, I just wanted to know what the guy was like and why would he rewrite, why would he write a Bible? And when I studied it, did the video on it way back when, I realized that, holy shit, people don't know this guy was subversive, but you're going to listen, you're going to read his Bible. Everybody hail Jesus through the King James, and I think to myself, it's been subverted. The true word of God has been subverted. It says so in the Bible. He who changes the word of God. So when King James decided to change it, he violated the law of the Bible right there. And he made himself God. But they're going to defend that King James version till they die. And there are some very interesting, subtle differences. But for example, in the very beginning, when they're talking about the fallen angels, did they fall from grace in battling the demons, or did they fall? A third of the angels fell not because they were involved with women, maybe they were, but they fell because they were in a war with other beings, the reptilians, and the angels were fighting back then. And so it's like, so, but they say, but, they're fallen angels. Yeah. Did they fall because they, out of the grace of God, or because they were defending him? Seriously, Well, Lucifer was a bad guy. Now, I'm not, there are so many stories about Lucifer and him being the light and so forth, that was he really evil? You know, now the story says that Lucifer knew better from what God knew about the plan for the earth, and he intervened. And, but let's look at this from a truth perspective. Now, you have these angels, okay, but you also know that they're in outer space, okay? There is a war going on the planet and with the folks up above. So he's a commander in chief of, say, let's say he's Rommel, all right? It just came up. But Rommel was really good in the desert. Rommel was, he was regardless of what people say, Rommel was a damn good general, okay? And did what he was supposed to do with what he had. And, so, but anyway, besides the Nazi, German, or whatever, he was a good general. Now, so love or hate him, if Lucifer was a general and he made a bad decision, everybody'd say, well, he's the devil, he's the evil guy. But if the truth really comes out, was he really that evil? Or was he a general that made a bad mistake in a war in the heavens? We have to actually go that far back and go, let's think about this. Because this war in heaven has been going on for so long. So, did he fall in battle? Did he fall out of grace because, he made a decision on the battlefield and a third of his men, his angels, fell in battle? So, those are the fallen angels? Now, here's to the other part of that. The Anunnaki and folks did mess with our DNA because we are the only critters on this planet that have had at the top of our DNA strand, there's this little loopy thing going on. They have messed with us way back when. And anybody that tries to deny that, they're denying the truth right in their face. Look at the human genome thing, and you see this little goofy thing at the top of the chain, right? That's where they messed with us. What if that wasn't there? It said that, Moses and all them people in the old ages, Methuselah lived 900 years. And, we should be, I've lost most of my teeth. And, um, you know, I lost my teeth as a child and they grew back. Well, if they grew back once, they should be able to grow back again. My fingernails could grow. I mean, there are parts of my body that should not, be working. My knee, for example. And I've worked with it. And mentally, I sent Bob the Builder and his little guys down to my knee. And in my head, I'm imagining all these guys going into an area and working on something. If they're in there, I got calcium on the bone, I can't walk right. Go in there and chip away at some of the. And after all these years, I have better use of my leg than I did when I was 15 years old. Now, that's after all the breakage of my knee and leg. I have better mobility in my knee at 68 and a half than I did when I was 15. That to me is astounding. That people that were taking bets that I'd be in a wheelchair or a walker, or that I wouldn't even be able to walk or get around. And here I am running with the dog and playing soccer out in the yard today, and took the walk down in the woods earlier. But my leg, if you knew how bad my knee was, almost 3 years in a cast, as some form or another, and corrective surgery. And here I am at 68, and don't tell anybody. It doesn't bother me much, So if you want to see the fallen angels, they sing every Super Bowl. They want to be worshipped. They run Hollywood. If you think about Jesus, it's the perfect way to have everyone pray to you versus God. Yeah, Noel, I'm an old soul and have survived a lot. Want to watch my friends' pictures? It's really good. I'm not, my point is about the story, whether or not it's true or not, but we have to consider that men wrote the book down, okay? And to the legends of the native folks all over the planet, they tell the same stories, and they're simple stories, so they're not real complicated. And we understand that antelope gave himself to the people, and that fox is that weary camouflage, and that and crow was for me, but it was also for both of us. We have to be able to look at with one eye and then again with the other, you know, and not at people or maybe at people, but it's at the world. We need to look at it and go, well, that's interesting. But then if you turn your head, I've done this before. It's like you're looking out the window and I can see something. So which is the dominant eye? Dominant eye. And I'll close one eye and I can't see out the window. I close this eye and I can see out the window, but it's a little fuzzy. But even though this eye can't see through the window, it's actually seeing the frame. To my brain, I can see out the window, and the window frame's not in the way. Now, how do we do that? How does that happen in the brain? And it's real easy to do. Just close one eye and then close. There's that much difference at what you're looking at, and you say, well, So the brain has tied these two, one view and another view, and merged them together to give you what you want. So I want to see out the window. So I don't see the frame, which is in this eye. I'm looking with this one. But if I close this eye, all I see is the frame. I can't see outside. What's up with that? I mean, these are the little things that people are like, well, wait a minute. So everything is from your perspective, from your point of view. So in my opinion, the gods that existed were just that. Ancient Greeks, did they have powers? Yeah, but they were probably from some other planets or worlds, because there's too much information that they were here, they did come, and that they did interfere with us. So let's accept it, move on. Well, the Anunnaki did this and that and this and that. So, but so now that you know that information, do you believe it? Well, I don't know. Okay, but some people get into a loop. Well, the Anunnaki, it's all their fault. It's all Enlil and this guy's, and it may have been. But now that you see that is a possibility, at least, why do you keep harping on it after 4 or 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years? Quit bitching about it. Move on. I'm sorry. Somebody's got to be the grown up in the room. You just got to say, yes, there are reptilians. But everybody ain't a reptilian, But if the reptilians is all of all the reptilians, now there are other critters who are, that are a lot worse than the reptilians, The reptilians don't even like them, and that's the mater. They're bloodthirsty mofo, So, but they're not reptilian. They're not based on reptilian race at all, but they are similar and they're a lot meaner. They're nasty. But here's the point. Everything's reptilian. It's not. Yes, they have had a large influence on this planet for a long time. Absolutely. But get off of it already. There's a lot of other people and angels and people and other races that have had influence with us on this planet. And, I'm sorry, you look at some of the Chinese people, you look at those folks that live in Mongolia and places out there, they look different. There are people, the really, really, really tall people down in Africa. I'm not making fun. And there are the folks that down in South America who are really short. They're not pygmies, but 5 feet tall is like, he's the basketball. He's the Michael Jordan of the group. So there are these different peoples upon this earth, different sizes and shapes, and but we all come from one person. We all come from one origin. Uh-uh. Everybody's been tinkered with in their own little way because of where they live, the altitudes, sea level, where they grew up. I mean, a lot of native forms, are very similar, but head shape, sizes. So people have migrated, integrated with other races and other alien races, and those could have been the fallen angels. Now there was a story about the fallen angels in that they came down and mated with women and decided just to stay, and God said, nah, so if we knew the real truth, would we believe it? We're going to take the word of these guys that got together and wrote this book down, because they were inspired by what? God to write it. I'm just saying. New Testament. We honestly always need to look at things in a practical way. Well, you're knocking the Bible. Yes, I am. I'm knocking the people who rewrote it. When I read the original version, there are things in there that do inspire me. It's not about worshiping and it's not about this, and it's different. So it gives me a different sense of spirit. I used to read the Bible in front of the congregation on Sundays in the Catholic churches when they turned the altar around. And I remember then, big Bible and easy to read, and have it literally feeling the sense of the Lord in me as a person reading the Word of God to the congregation. And it didn't give me a sense of power, but it gave me a sense of spiritualness that I got when I was like 14 years old, 15, 16, 17. I was a commentator for quite a few years. I was an altar boy since I was like 8. Okay. So I remember riding my bike at, 6 o'clock in the morning, 5:30, get up and get ready and ride my bicycle into Most Holy Redeemer and do 6 o'clock mass, or sometimes 6:30, and just, me and the priest both would be stumbling out on the altar, but there'd be a few people there for early mass. Hey, ST, how are you? Our medicine wheels all have all the 4 colors on the wheel. Yep. And different tribes have different colors and different positions, by the way. Depends. All our beautiful souls right back at you, ST. Babel was separated and sent demigods and taught of creators. When the flood came, those fallen nations, angels, became the powers of darkness that can attach to low frequencies. Tomorrow, that's not true. I just got to call you on that one. That's not true. That's a story. the angel line of folks did not become darkness because they can't, because of the essence that they have. So it is the essence of being. So if you have the essence of the light and you don't have the essence of a, a dragon or a reptilian or a Vlash or a Mater or another race, because those hybrids have been created, much like clones in a way, and they don't have the mother goddess in them. Those are the dark ones. But anyone who, if they were a fallen angel, okay, but their essence is of the mother goddess and of the Christos, okay? So this race has the essence of the Vlash and some human. These folk over here, they've got some mater and some human essence in them, okay? So if I had mater essence, there's no way that I'd want to even come close to an angel except to kill them, you see. So there are, they're bloodthirsty. They want, they're so but if they have the essence of the mother goddess in them, then they ain't turning. You have to understand that. Um, yeah, we have to understand that the Bible was written by people, okay? But if we understand that we are of God, the true God, of the Christ, then we all have the essence, the Christ consciousness within us. And then there are those people that reject it. There are Christians who abuse that, If you're not a Christian, you go to hell. If you don't believe in Jesus, you go to stop it. Back off. Those people are, a little insane in the membrane. But keeping with the idea of the true sense of the Creator, if Mother Goddess created us, they would have to remove her essence, okay, and remove the God essence, and turn us into a reptile. So the story of, well, they fell and then they became dark and then they, took over. No, they may have fallen, but somebody else took over. Their essence, if they were of whatever bloodline, then their essence is still there. I still have the essence of Cherokee in me, even though it's a lot less through the grandmother. But 3 different grandmothers were Cherokee: great, 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 and my grandmother. So the idea, though, that if I have this Cherokee blood in me, and this is my bloodline, whatever the other side is, the essence is there. Even though I'm a white man, I've always felt that I was Native. I've always felt this way as a Cub Scout and a Boy Scout, and being in the woods. So yeah, Christ. Thank you, Isby. That's a very true statement. Christ was here long before any religion. That's the Christ consciousness, which could also be the Buddha consciousness, because Christ studied with Buddha. That's where he went. My I've talked about this many times, but Sister Helene told me in 1970 and 71, in our private conversations and things, what a lovely lady she was. Little 4.5, maybe 5 foot tall, Dominican nun with the white everything, Great sense of humor. Loved a good pun. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Her favorites was Thumb Ride and Thumb Don't, because I used to hitchhike around Tampa to Thumb Ride and Thumb Don't, and would just break out laughing. So, but anyway, but she said that Jesus went to study Buddhism and Eastern religions when he left, and when he came back. Of course, the rabbis didn't like that shit. But so the Christ consciousness isn't, just quote Christianity. It is in the Sumerians and the Etruscans and, pick one, some of the early, where the Anunnaki and so forth came in and the Egyptian things. They weren't bad guys. They were bringing technology and good things to the people. And when the Anunnaki returned home, then the reptilians moved in and took over. So now Egypt and the pharaohs were all bad and it split up and it crumbled because that's what the reptilians wanted. But they want to blame this stuff on the Anunnaki and everything when they may have made a mistake or two along the line, but their intentions were peaceable, not to, kill everybody and enslave people. And no, so, but the story gets twisted and it's talked about this way. You change one or two words here and a word or two over there. And now the good guys, and now suddenly, like, Trump is responsible for every fucking thing that's gone wrong on this planet. They still blaming the guy for stuff. And you got to say, but wait a minute. Well, there were some pharaohs in Egypt that were like that, and they went back in and tore everything down because they didn't like what they did. They were like, oh no, yeah, wiped their faces off, wrote their names out of all the hieroglyphs and stuff. Oh, yeah, right. So they erased the history of these people. And now all of a sudden Egypt has turned into this other thing. But they want to blame it on the guy that they took their, destroyed their face and their history, right? So this stuff is forever, So, and we see it going on right now. So in the story of Fox as camouflage, we're looking at these different things in the world. And we are observing these people to see what they're up to and what the true story might be. Because if they knew the real story that Jesus was a Buddhist, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? But when Sister Helene said, David, study Buddha, don't, I was going to become a priest. The Bigfoot live on reservations because they know we hunt them, but men kept watching over us after dark. Yep. Immune white. What's that? Yeah, it's not the Palladians just showed up again, by the way. But there's some other beings that have been here for quite a while that have been fighting for us. And that's why I did the video earlier before this one about the Silent 72 Plus, because it's important for those of us who understand the basic reason of why we're here. And some would say to serve the goddess. Some would say to serve the creator. And some would say, well, what does that mean to serve? To be in service, right? The Bosto thing, to be of service to others. So to be of service just means to be a good person. Help out when you can. In the case of the story that I told about saving the man's life that lost his leg and all that kind of stuff. I ain't going back into that, but true story, and it is what it is. So we never know when the angels are going to ask us to do something that's just sort of out of our comfort zone. And if we are intuitive, if we listen, and I know that for a long time I've never wished any ill on anyone, even some people who've done ill to me. Now I did tell this one man who was hanging around with little kids and trying to pick up young girls, and he was in his 70s or 80s. He was older than I am now, driving around and picking up little chickadees and doing this and that. And I told him, I said, if you ever touch any of these kids, I said, I will kill your nappy ass and they will never find your body in the swamp. And he didn't mess with me anymore after that. I mean, I was fixing to, I had him by the throat. And I've never really wanted to kill anybody, but this guy, I did because he crossed so many lines. And he finally died a couple of years later, but I've never been that, I've never wanted to harm, really, really hurt somebody. And this guy, I was afraid I was going to kill him. Honest to God, I was ready to kill him on the spot and throw him in the dumpster. I don't know if anybody would have ever known that I did it, because it would have been a random thing unless they could have got my fingerprints from around his throat. How would they know it was me? But anyway, but to the point though, that there are individuals out there who are just nasty. And no matter what you say, and they put on a good front to other people. Well, I'm not doing anything wrong. And, literally one of the guys, they named this road up here to a guy that fucked his goats, okay? Because he called me down to his house one day and said, "Hey, let me show you my goats." And I was like, "Yeah." And I was trying to convince him because there was an old barn down there on his property, because a lot of my house is old barnwood. And so I was like, "Hey, let me tear this barn down for you." And he was like, "No, you see that little goat over there?" I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "She's my favorite." And I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah. If you want a little bit, just go over there and pull your zipper down and she'll take care of you." And I was like, "What?" So he had trained his little goats to do whatever. And, but he was such a good person down at the church, Zion Grove, the name of but, they named the road that he lived on and his farm's on Olin Royd, because he was such a good member in the community. And he was trying to get me to go screw his goats. And I'm like, what? So the secrets that people have and the weirdness that goes on, and you go, "Oh, but he's such a good person in the community." Oh, you named this street after a goat fucker. Do you understand? So what people know about this guy was he was upstanding. His wife wouldn't sleep with him. She threw him out of the house. He was living in a little barn. But he was a pillar of the community. He had this farm and he gave to the church, and he was down the road fucking his goats. And they named the road after him. So how many people know that in the neighborhood? I left for work one day and forgot something, came back to the house, and he was here with my wife, all dressed up and smelly good. They were going to go for a ride. And I was like, what? We got divorced soon after that. But, and he was a creepy old man. I'm fat and chubby. And, I was like, you want to do it with him? Oh, please. We're divorced. Bye. So even at my age, I don't look as bad as he did at his age, kind of thing. Not that I'm so, so lovely and handsome and all that, but he was crude and, Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. They humped old Humpty, but anyway, I'm being rude now. But I think about some of the things that have happened here that I've seen in my lifetime. I knew these people on a level that other people didn't. And if they knew what I knew, would they named a fucking street after him? I'm sorry, I'm getting rude after 4 hours or however long it's been, almost 4 hours. Anyway, I don't intend to be rude, but it's I'm lighting some sage, by the way. Negative energies, because I'm remembering they're buried up here on the in one of the churches, and I would swear to God that some of their spirits are still tied here. And the portal that's down in the woods between the two churches, I mean, it's like in a straight line. It's right in the frickin' middle. Oh my God. On my property is the middle point between the two cemeteries. The New Bethel Church was, some good folk up on the hill, and these weirdos would go to the Zion Grove. Something's outside. Damned armadillo. Digging little potholes in the ground. You trip on them. Have to go out and cover them all up. So anyway, I had a good conversation, then ended it up with goat fuckers. You have to tolerate all kinds of folk, and they'll look right at you. They're good Christian people. They go to church every Sunday. All that's true. And then you don't know the real truth. And then for those of us who have heard, seen, and, you just shake your head and go, but they looked up to this man. He was a god. He was he was a deacon in the church. I knew this one preacher. He was a really nice guy. Had a small church and subbed in a lot of others, basically Baptist. And he's marrying some friends of mine. And I knew his daughter. And I had gotten through a divorce and was he was easygoing country man, played the guitar and liked old, just old religious songs. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some of them are just really good tunes. Good beat, a lot of good feeling. And I said, because I had considered becoming a priest way back. I said, how'd you become a preacher? He goes, well, son, I said, did you get the calling? He said, well, sort of. And I said, well, how did you get into it? And he said, son, I heard that the preacher, was getting $20 to do a marriage. And he was doing 5 or 6 marriages a week. And he said, I sat down and figured it out. And he said, now I could go out in the sun and work on a farm and get $10 a day. And he said, or I could become a preacher and make $20 a day doing a wedding. And he said, of course, I get money to do funerals too. And he said, they always slip me some. And he said, also, I'm a notary republic, so I get money for that. And he said, I truly believe in the Bible. And he said, what I preach, I believe in. He said, not that I believe everything in that Bible, but he said, when people are sick and they need ministering, he said, I don't see any reason why not. He said, I feel like God has spoke to me enough, but he said, I got in it for the money. And I said, you're pulling my leg, right? Because he loved a joke. He goes, no, he said, I'm serious. He said, at the time, if I made more money, he said, now I believe what I'm doing. And he said, and I believe in marrying people. I'm a notary public and a justice of the peace, so I can do it legally. And he said, and he did. He went around to a lot of people, ministering to folks, and would take, food to people and stuff. He was a genuinely nice guy, but he was honest too. He said, I got in it for the money. He said, now he had a small little place that he wasn't making thousands of dollars a month, but in what he knew, he realized that he could minister to the people and make $20 of this or that. And if he did a sermon at the church, they'd take up a collection for him. And so he didn't live at the church. He owned his own, but he was honest enough to say, I in it for the money. I couldn't find a job that fit me. And he said, he wasn't rich. He didn't have a brand new car, but he had what he needed. He was sufficient. And he accepted it. So I could sit down and talk with this guy about God and the Bible and this, that, and the other thing. And he had a different point of view from all these other preachers. And I was like, but he was really had a good sense of it, you know. He said, well, there are other people, preachers that will talk about Jesus. And he goes, but, he said, would Jesus would have allowed any of this, would Jesus have accepted what, and he said, the answer is no. And the other, so some of his preaching I was like, right on, brother. But they didn't name a church or a road after him. Go figure, right? They've named Null Time after me. Armadillos are scary. They're crazy little creatures. They're blind as a bat. You can walk almost right up to them. My cousin wanted to be a priest when his father died. Once he was a priest, he wanted his cousin to help him hang himself. Yeah, the pedophile priests and stuff that I met, I have talked about it in the past and really don't want to revisit it. But these guys were sick, and they're priests. I mean, sickos. Pornography, sickos. Pedophile little boys and girls, And you know, I came out of the closet years ago about it and named some names. And I got an email or a message from my brother a couple of months later, and he said, Father, Father McCarthy got me too, and that was all he said. And I was like, oh, so that's why certain things happened to him, and and oh my God, so because we were both altar boys. So, who else did Father McCarthy get there at Most Holy Redeemer? And whoever apologized to me or my brother or any of the other kids at Most Holy Redeemer because of Father McCarthy's actions. And I mean, he was a flamboyant gay man. Oh, pinching the little altar boys in public on the church steps. I mean, that guy was nasty, and they let him be the assistant pastor. Now, Father Lenahan at the time left the church and the as pastor partially due to that, and married one of the nuns who worked in the special education uh, classrooms that they had at the time there at Most Holy Redeemer, and gave up the church and left and said, screw y'all. But a lot of it had to do with he couldn't get rid of Father McCarthy. And he knew Father McCarthy was doing bad stuff. And all of the best that he could do was resign and protest. And they still kept Father McCarthy. So, a lot of us left the church, priests included. One of the priests from Tampa Catholic that was a teacher, I was tripping my balls off. No other way to say it, on some, purple microdot, and was at the beach at night there on Tampa Bay at the public beach back at the time. I don't know if it's there's even a beach there now, but so walking along the beach, and I see this guy, and I go, "Your father?" And he goes, "Yeah, yeah." And he was smoking a joint. So we're walking along the beach and having this conversation about God and religion and the church. And, I had graduated Tampa Catholic, and he had left, I guess, right after I graduated. It was a year or so after. So he's talking to me about the priesthood and all the changes in the Catholic Church. And, so there are people that have been in the know about this for 60 years, because I'm 68, and they started messing with me when I was 8 or 9 as an altar boy. And so it's like, and it goes back further than that. But my point is, it got really heavy. It really came, it seemed like there were more queer priests. I got to just say it that way. There were more queer priests than there were, straight priests. And, they were all hungry little lecherous, old men who did things in secret to one another or whoever they could conjure into their little games. And they played the church and the God, and you will do it as I say. Oh my Lord, oh my God. I didn't need Montauk. I had the Catholic Church, as many of us did. Now, I've known people that were in the Mormon religion that had issues. I've known people that were in this particular religion and they had issues. There are some churches down here that are holiness churches, and the women wear the little hat pieces, and they're not Quaker. They're it's worse. And these folks, there's a bunch of these folks near Meg's. They're totally different from these folks on the other side of the county, where these folks wear the little hats and the things, the girls and the men, have beards and wear jeans and a white shirt, sort of Amish-ish. But they're totally different. They're more free, they're happy, they're whatever. Where this other folks, the man is the boss and the woman just stands beside and just like this, subservient in every way, oh my God, So same kind of church, the same kind of, but these are just church, and them at them church, it ain't the same, because I went to both of them. And the one, the Mennonites, well, so I guess never, anyway, but to the point though, similar things, both Christian, both based on these certain, dresses for women and so all this other kind of stuff, right? And so what did they get out of it? The women were absolutely ruled over in one church, where the other women, they had their place, but they also told their men, listen, this is how it's going to go. And they even opened a bread store. Oh my God, these women can bake breads and pies and strudels, and oh my God, where the other folks, their women, are told to stay home and, do what the man says and be subservient. And I'm sorry, that's what Christ wanted? Seriously? You think that's what Jesus wanted? Okay. But it's all an interpretation and a perspective. So anyway, I have yacked way too long. It's been 4 hours. When we became partners was one of the my owner was a teacher. She got her husband to do dirty work. It killed him of cancer. He beat the children. He wanted and loved total. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah bit. Yeah. Yeah, yes, Steve, right. People still think children need to get beat and screamed at ignorance. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, SB. I'm fixing. Hey, Katniss, I missed you before. Thank you, Tamara. You say 4 girls. Yep. There are folks that, my adopted daughter, we got together after my wife at the time split up and divorced, and she wouldn't let me see Bobby Jean. And so years later, Bobby Jean and I met up through Facebook and through this and that. We got together, and I met her. We, cried and laughed, and anyway. So she still won't go kayaking with me though. But I think they're anyway. But she told me, she said, growing up with you, she said, you taught us about vegetables, and I taught her how to make um, smothered pork chops with grape jelly. And people go, what? Yeah, I'm telling you. It'll make a really good sauce, but grape jelly, yeah. And she was like, I've never had pork chops as good as what you cooked. And she said, you showed me a different way of eating, a different way of living, and a different way. And she goes, Mama was just, South Georgia, and everything was fried and everything was, deep fried and then fried again. And she goes, you taught me at a young age. And she said, oh, I never forgot it. So even though, I don't know, 3 or 4 years we were married, 4 years, I think. And and knowing Bobby Jean, and she was like 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. So wasn't like she was a teenager yet. She was still kind of sort of a little kid. But whatever I had here with what little bit we had at the time, she learned from that and took it with her to this day in life. So you may say, well, I don't know if I had any influence. Sometimes, 10 minutes is all it takes. So, but in our awareness of the universe, in our, if, if you accept your mission, which is simple, be a good person, help out when you can. Now, that preacher I was talking about, he would go to people's houses and minister to them. But, gas back then was 50 cents a gallon. And, and this was this and that, things were different. And he wasn't in about screwing other, there are many preachers who ministered to the women, and oh my God, they were literally peccadillo kind of deals. So sad that religion is used for that, or that's the means to it or whatever, So um, people camouflage who they are. They're the sly foxes, but we have to be the fox too and keep an eye on them. My brother was like you and became one of the girls' fathers before I was his sister. Her mom was gay and crazy, and as the worst man I knew. She was smart as a whip. At one point, said that he wasn't her father. That could have been true. Pork chops and fried apples. Yes, elderberry, absolutely. I don't do pork chops much, but way back in the day, it's still cheap to get pork chops, around here because they raise a lot of pork around here, so it's easy to get. And you can get fresh pork too that's not, carted in from someplace else. There are slaughterhouses in places around here. And there are places that literally make their own sausage down here, and they cure their own hams and things. They got their own farm, they got their own meat packing, they got their own thing. And some of these places down here is like, man, you think you're going to get store bought food. Well, now I know a lot of people don't like pork, and I don't eat a lot of it, and I understand why. But sometimes, man, I don't know, just a good pork butt, the baked or, some ribs on the grill, oh my goodness gracious me, some baby back, give me my baby back. But anyway, I digress even more. A full bleed Indian, Travis, is somebody that mother and father are both Indian or whatever. I mean, you could be a full blood white person, or a flow, but now around here they as a joke they call it full bleed, you know, meaning full blood. At least that's what were you 999 before? That's terrible. What? Okay. I told her not everyone acts like a dad. She distanced. Yeah, and Esty earlier she asked for a card, and the card that I chose. Well, they chose for me was the swan, Esty, and the swan is all about grace. And to your point, though, so this evening she asked for a card, and that's what she got. And so, but anyway, with that, Michelle, it's been 4 hours just for you. Okay. And because I do this not just for you, but yeah. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, it was very interesting. When I looked at the card, I went, now this kind of fits. Just looking at it. But yeah, it was the swan. And so, do I believe in the medicine cards? Well, the medicine cards give us messages. It's up to us to listen and pay attention. Whether the cards actually do anything, whether I'm actually do anything, it's up to you to decide. But for every night that we've had cards pulled and that I seem to be involved in this, I ask the spirit just to guide me to give the right answers and to allow me to pick the cards that are necessary for whatever message is needed for whoever needs it. And it's never about me. I don't ever ask for anything, and I don't mean to. I don't do card readings for money or anything like that. It would be against the rules. But now tomorrow, she said she had tobacco when I was reading her card, looking for her card. Now, if you wanted to do me honor in that, I pulled a card for you. Now, I'm not saying you have to, but in the honor of that, you could take some tobacco and, tie it to a tree in a little bundle, or you could, if you smoke, you could give an offering to the, seven directions, to the north, the south, the east, and the west, the up and the down and the in. So if you want to do it, then give some tobacco smoke to the universe on my behalf. Okay. So in payment, if that's what you felt like. So tomorrow I had some tobacco just as a gift. And so that gift you could take outside and offer it to Mother Earth on, this is for Dave, this is for Hawkeye, for, drawing a card. So I don't need payment, don't want payment. But if you, as the gypsy, if, as the fortune teller, as the someone, as in one of the cards stated, that you give an offering to them of tobacco or a blanket or, but anyway, so since we're so far apart and everything, if you were so inclined, you could use tobacco or maybe some sage and say, you know, thank you, Hawkeye. That's all. That's the payment. And I don't demand it or ask for it. I'm just saying that if someone felt like, oh God, I wish I could do something for Hawkeye, that would be it. And you wouldn't even have, you don't have to tell me. Just do it. Because the prayers of us when we offer them. That's why I lit the it went out. That's why I lit the sage earlier in that my prayers and talking with you all in that, I want these prayers and these thoughts. I'm offering them up with the sage, to the universe in the cleansing and in the being. But in what I'm thinking when I first lit it was, I want the prayers of all of us. And tonight, thank you to the universe for allowing me to pick the cards. Thank you to the universe for helping me, to be here for 4 hours just because Michelle said so. I like picking on you, Michelle. I love you, darling. But in this, in my sacredness of this prayer, it's simply that I want all of your prayers to go vicariously up with the smoke of this sage. And I want my prayers, for all of you to go up with the smoke to the universe, to creator, in honor, in adoration, and as a humble servant, you know, on Mother Earth as just another human being. So my prayers for all of you, and if you're sending prayers, then they're being heard and they're going up with this. And I think about this and I look at it and say, you know, in the Catholic churches and many churches, they light candles. You go into church and you light a candle for whatever, because you want a prayer, you want to offer. So what is that candle? Well, it's giving light, but it's also giving off smoke into the So every religion that uses candles for whatever are symbolizes in the Catholic Church, sir, like I've told you before, I was the altar boy with the incense, man. People would choke when, and I loved that stuff. So I've been smudging for a long time, even in the Catholic Church. But the idea, though, that our prayers are going up in the smoke, our prayers go up with that. So even in quote Christian church, what are they doing? They're using mystical and magical powers of incense, and it in native cultures it's sage. Oh well, them Indians that are burning that sage now, they're talking to that great spirit guide, and can't do that. But in the Catholic Church, they have incense on certain things, and it's all in the church. It's okay to do that. You know what I mean? Anyway, so the prayers are the prayers as they are, and I continue to pray every day that each and every one of you will continue with your spirit journey, that you will find the answers in your heart. Thanks for sharing, having me. You too, Estee. I put down tobacco on anything I take or ask for. Thank you, Tamara. When you put down tobacco, when you pick up berries or flour. Hey, D Ocean Swigger, I'm fixing to get out of here. It's been 4 hours and 11 minutes for me. I am Ishtar is in me, and we are one, I say when smoking the sage around. Yep. When we respect the nature of things, the nature of things will respect us back. Tamara says, everything I ask for is answered, especially when she was saying that she puts down tobacco. And so it's that if you don't have tobacco and you don't smoke, or you don't have sage and you don't have that, you can simply your positive intent can be enough. Now, in these older traditions, do you have to light a candle? No, you got one and you could. Uh, Okie dokie. So, but anyway, I thank you all for hanging out with me. I do. You can use. There's a lot of things that you can use. Um, um, for examples, certain pines, um, cedar trees, the leaves off a cedar, sweet grass. There are lots of other things that quote are sacred. But if you went outside and you got a bunch of oak leaves in the yard and you piled them up and you set them on fire, and if your intent is correct, then the smoke of that fire, whether they be oak leaves or sage or tobacco or whatever, your prayer goes up with the smoke. So certain things are more sacred than others in the idea of it. But what is sacred in your heart? Well, I want to build a little fire and sit here and it doesn't matter. Your offering may only be oak leaves or pine needles or something, but it's what's in your heart and what you want to go with that smoke. So if you don't have, quote, the sacred stuff, do the best you can, because Creator's listening to all our prayers and are understanding it is our intent. So whether you make a fire or smoke, it's your intent that matters the most. So I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. It's been fun tonight. I hope everybody had, there's 12 folks still hanging out, which by this time, and we picked up a few and lost a few, but ST, it's good to see you. Smokey D, I'm sorry, that ain't what your name is, but I, sweet grass, kindness, a man's medicine, tobacco, thanks, sage, strength, right. Um, but to the point though, and see what the Ojibwe understand and what some of the folks down here as Cherokee and Muskogee Creek, a different part, a lot of similarities, but not the same. Does it mean that one Indian nation knows better, or their way is better than another? Because I was at a powwow in Tullahoma. No, I'm sorry, it was in not Tullahoma. It's up in Middle Tennessee. Anyway, where Middle Tennessee State College is. Can't think of the town at the moment, but was there for several years in a row at big, huge powwow. And they were going to cancel the thing on Friday because one particular tribe wanted to enter into the circle from the north. And the other was like, no, we come in from the east. And they were fixing to have a tomahawk throwing contest at each other as to which entrance should be the entrance to the circle because of the cultural differences. And I was like, oh my God. So those of you of these Eastern tribes or whatever, and you come in from the East, and those who believe to come in from the North, when it's your time to enter, you enter from there. That's all. We're not going to change it. Make you all guys that believe North is the one now have to go in from the East. No, come in from the North. And you guys, the one to come in from the East. It's up to you. It's a sacred circle. But these folks were going to cancel the damn powwow over that. And I was like, now that just don't make no sense. There's more division within the Indian groups that I saw because of cultural differences. Well, you guys come in from the north. You guys got it all wrong. They're giving their offering and their dance of great spirit. Who cares if they jump the fence? I mean, well, it's tradition. Okay, you do your tradition and follow it. They're going to do their tradition and follow it. Are their prayers any different from yours? No, we're all doing this dance and we're all doing okay, so then who cares where they come in? It's their belief. They were fixing to go to war. And that's always been in my mind for years. Ocean, yeah, okie dokie. I'm just starting to learn your ways. I always thought if all tribes got together, we'd have the whole story. Yes, absolutely. But I'm I've got a book in my collection. Indian nations, 500 nations, 500 nations, 500 nations. And it's like there are so many really good basic things in my traveling around. Now, I haven't been everywhere. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to, I've been to 20 powwows at least that I was involved in, not counting ones that I went to or, I didn't necessarily. I participated when, they allowed, uh, you know, uh, the locals to come in and dance. But the commonalities should be what holds them together. And I mean, so there are folks like around Christmas time, bad example, I know, but the Jewish have the menorah and they've got their traditions. And, Christians have certain traditions like this and the manger scene and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, the way you worship is fine. The way I said the word worship, the way you do your religion or however it is, go ahead, and I'm not going to get mad at yours and you don't get mad at mine, but we're still going to have a good time. So, native peoples, though, I swear, they're some of the honoriest folks to get together on some of this stuff. That's why even within the native communities years ago, back in early 2000s, 15, 17 years ago, when I was really more involved, AIM or NAMI, Native American, so there are folks within the group. And so one guy's doing this thing, and another guy's sitting off on the stuff and goes, well, he thinks he's all that, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, shut up. We did a menagerie of tribal customs. So at this powwow in Tullahoma, we just did this thing that there were Navajo that were there, and there were Cherokee that were there, and there were Lakota that were there, and there were peoples from different nations at the powwow. So if they wanted to dance or play the flute or whatever to show off whatever their particular native culture was. And there were some folks that were like backstage, and these folks were dancing and drumming, and it was like, oh, well, these people think they know what they're doing, and they're from the northern tribe, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, you egotistical sons of bitches. And you talk about that you're close to Mother Earth and you have the Great Spirit within you, but you talk so bad about your fellow brothers and sisters. So you got differences. It still bothers me to this day, but to the point where, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, and from what I've learned, I do know what I'm talking about. Now, where are you from? What did you learn? You know? So, but anyway, I was told to stop going to powwows after I found ceremonies as Jesus once they turned giveaway into. It depends on what powwow. It really does. I've been to some horrible ones. There's one that they have down in um, about 100 miles from here over towards Jacksonville, Southern Cherokee tribe. They don't charge for anything to get in. They take donations and they sell hamburgers and food and stuff like that. That's where they make their money. But you can come and you can camp. They have toilets and facilities, and it doesn't matter whether there's a powwow or not. If I want to go over there, take my dog and go over there and camp out at their place, they wouldn't charge me anything. I could eat with them. These folks are some of the nicest people I've ever met on this earth. And, someone had seen me there with, and knew that I knew Kashka LaRue, and who was the legend keeper of the Tlingit tribe. And he was like, you know Kashka? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, here. It was like Sunday, and everybody was fixing to go home, and I was looking for some coffee. And he said, you were up late last night playing the flute and doing some drumming, weren't you? And I said, yeah. He goes, I saw you. He said, I keep an eye on the place at night, make sure nobody breaks into stuff. He goes, I was really surprised and thankful that you took it upon yourself to give thanks in your own little way. And I was like, what? I didn't know anybody was even watching me. So little corner back in the back with my little tent, minding my own business. But someone was watching. He said, and Kashka, huh? Right. He said, let me make you some coffee. He made a whole fresh, brand new pot of coffee. I wanted to give him some money for it. And he goes, nah, Kashka. So the next year that I went, I was like, hey, man, it's so good to be back, and where is such and such, I can only remember by his, oh, well, he's around here somewhere. Why do you know him? I said, yeah. I said, I talked with the guy and we told him that we're down near the gate down there where people are coming in and out, that we'd keep an eye on things down there. And if there was any trouble, we'd kind of intervene. People parking or something, And the lady was like, oh, so you're working for us? And I said, no, not really. I said, we're just here. And I'm glad to be back again this year and good to see you all again. And, that kind of thing. And she refused to take money for my coffee, refused to take my money for coffee. No matter what time I went up there, she would give me a full cup. I had my own cup. She refused to take money for my coffee. And I said, here's a couple of dollars. No, I won't take it. So then I put it in her tip jar. And I said, you're going to get it anyway, no matter what. But the kindest of people, Ed, what do you want? And they don't know me from Adam, except that I visited them for a couple of days a year ago. And they remember me because I'd been at a powwow and I knew a certain person, and we sat down and had, and, and so they're wonderful people. So the idea of powwow, there are some nasty ones and some people, but then there are the genuine people that still are out there. My teacher was 110, and that people like David Suzuki taught him. I'm in Canada, remember. The best were in Manitoulin powwow. I mean, my best friends were dancers, but not tap down. Okay. All right. So, anyway, yeah, there's nothing wrong with dancing regardless. And if you think that those native dances are easy to do, I just I say try it. You'd be surprised at how tough it is on the legs and the ankles, and you'll toughen up quick if you do it right. So, but anyway, and the jingle dancers, love the jingle dancers. But anyway, I continue to pray. This is the second one I got involved. I continue to pray that each and every day, I really seriously do. Um, Continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which so stretched out for me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue in your spiritual journey to learn how to accept and receive and then share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Remember, we're swimming in it. It's all around us. The universe is us, and we are with it. So have a good day. Have a good morning. Thank you. Tomorrow, it's good to see you. Um, the ocean. Yeah, you always get, it's early or late wherever you are. So, but it's 5:30 in the morning Eastern time. So, I've been on this one for 4 hours and 27 minutes. So I don't have a problem with it. I love pulling cards for y'all earlier, and I'm grateful and honored to be here to be able to do it for you. So keep that in mind. So continue to do the best that you can. Honor your friends and your family, even if they hate your guts. You don't have to like them, but you do have to say, well, I know you're a crazy old bat, but I love you anyway. So, with that said, again, for the second time today, I'm saying TTFN for now. Ta for now. And Michelle out there in the background, anybody else that is sleeping, Doug, if you're still out there and have given up, we love you. Thank you for your participation in all that you do. Keep up the good work, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. You woke up 5:32 a.m. here. Yep, 5:33 here. So you're in the same time zone as me tomorrow. It's good to have meet you. So stay well. Prayers that you heal, and to all those around you, and keep up the good work. And we're always learning, Different cultures is what we should learn about. How do you do it? But is your way better than mine? Eh, let's not argue about it. Michelle, love you much. Keep up the good work, girl. And I think the swan, you know, that that was a very interesting uh, card that I pulled, and I think it was appropriate. Thank you, Ocean. You dream well as well. So keep up the good work. Where you're on Eastern time too. You just get up early, and I stay up late. So, but anyway, we love you anyway, and thank you for everything that you're doing. The sun is shining. Not here, not yet. We've got 2 hours yet. But anyway, we love you all, and stay healthy. And we love you for what you do, Michelle. You are a blossom in the morning sun. Tomorrow, thank you. And continue all the good work, everybody. Stay healthy, stay wise, and all that good stuff. TTAFN for now. Bye.